Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the Township of Georgian Bay for our regular council meeting of Monday, March 3rd, 2025. And I'd like to call this meeting to order at 9 a.m. And in the spirit of reconciliation, we wish to acknowledge the existing relationships between Indigenous peoples and the territories they have traditionally occupied. We recognize and deeply appreciate the historic connection they have to this place, the land, the water, the sky, and all that live on, in, and above it. We are grateful for the opportunity to meet here, and we thank all the generations of Indigenous peoples who have taken care of this place and who continue to care for it. And we want to show our respect. Hundreds of years after the first treaties were signed, they remain relevant today. May they guide our decisions and our actions. We commit to learn, to educate, to honor sacred places, and to take action towards real truth and reconciliation. Miigwech. Council, any declarations of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Clerk Way, can you confirm for me our attendance? I'm only seeing 4 people on screen, and I want to make sure we actually have, I guess that is quorum, but are we missing 3?
We're having some slow technical issues this morning, but I can confirm there are 4 people in the room,
Okay.
2 of which are not on Zoom at this point in time.
All right. So we have a council of 6 members at this point. All right. Thank you very much. I assume such. I just wanted to make sure. And I want to apologize for everyone for Zooming this meeting in. Unfortunately, due to my health circumstances, I felt it wasn't appropriate for me to get on the road, nor was it the recommendation of my doctor. So I'm Zooming in, and I apologize. I've asked Councillor Cooper to step in if I have to step away at any point during this meeting. And I appreciate his willingness to do that to chair in my absences, which will hopefully be not too many, Councillor Cooper. Time will tell today. Thank you. And the first item on the agenda for us to look at are the deputations. And we have Chair Lehman and CAO Stevens, I believe, presenting for the District of Muskoka.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for putting us on your agenda today and giving us a few minutes to talk about the year in review and a bit of an update from the district on matters both local and regional. My goal here is to not take much more than 10 minutes to walk you through our 11 slides, but I do want to touch on a couple of issues I know of particular interest here in Georgian Bay. As you can imagine, it has been an extraordinary year. It's been an extraordinary winter already. I know you've been through it. We have certainly been through it at different times in different parts of the District of Muskoka, most especially at the beginning with the state of emergency in Gravenhurst and the work that had to be done there. But I would say I was reminded once again at the end of November, the start of December, that the way that our municipalities at the staff level are aligned and communicate when there are tough times really paid off because there was a tremendous amount of work done collaboratively to try and assist our residents with that particular incident, and we are likely to see more of such incidents. I was just on CBC radio about half an hour ago talking about the tariff response, and I will make mention of that a little bit later as we're in a period of tremendous uncertainty. I think for our business community most especially, and I'll talk about that a little bit later. But again, the collaboration, which includes Lisa Buck from Seg Bay Chamber here as part of our Team Muskoka response to the tariffs, is going to be very important as we try and support our economy through turbulent times. But let's talk a little bit about our progress in the last couple of years on our strategic plan. And I have the clicker. I was just about to say next slide, which would have been really dumb. Down or up? Oh, there we go. I don't know if that was you or me, but so as a reminder, District Council sat down at the beginning of our term, set out our goals for the 4-year term of District Council. We have 10 goals, 10 major goals, 81 individual actions within them, and as you can see, most are in progress. But let's get to where we think we're getting on them. Yeah, my clicker doesn't seem to be working, Madam Clerk. Apologies. You can skip to the next one. Thank you. So our first theme is the environment, and it's a cliche, of course, but in Muskoka, the environment takes precedence in so many ways, and protection, especially here in Georgian Bay, of our incredible natural heritage is at the core of everything we try and do. We have the New Leaf Climate Strategy. We have had more than 100 events this year in various environmental programs through the district. That includes outreach events, lectures, presentations, community and classroom workshops to try and get people engaged in our programs, everything from shoreline renaturalization to community efforts on climate change. I know you're hearing more about that shortly. We had another 1,825 people sign up to our Buoyant Alerts app. That is the way that we reach people in case of an emergency, and unfortunately it has been necessary to use that this winter, and certainly with flooding always a threat. That's a critical piece for us to give information out across the District of Muskoka, and so we're seeing good take up there. Obviously, we would like to drive that number as high as we can. And there are 25 different projects that we've undertaken to strengthen district facilities, try and make them more resilient against the impacts of climate change, and that includes our new builds. One thing we wanted to do with this presentation this year is not just throw numbers at you. Sorry, next slide, please, Karen. My apologies. But also at least to give you a sense of the impacts of some of our services and what we do. This is a brief story about our GIS, and many of you will be aware that we now have LiDAR mapping for the entire District of Muskoka that allows, with a great deal of precision, forecasting for water levels and preparation for flooding. And this was part of the work that was done after the 2019 floods. We had a resident contact us who wanted to flood-proof their home. They've had issues year after year at their property. We're able to give them mapping right down to the meter on their property of where flooding at what level would likely occur, so that they could undertake flood-proofing work on their property. And that, both saved them some money in being able to do it effectively, but hopefully also guided their investment to be effective when the time comes. And this is something, of course, that we can now do literally anywhere across the District of Muskoka. Next slide, please. Our communities, this is our sort of theme area where there's the majority of work going on, I think, on a number of our priorities. So this is housing, the economy, childcare. The big move on housing I talked about when I was here last year, that's the $35 million investment plan to build 444 units of housing across the District of Muskoka. To date, we have 88 new affordable housing units. We provide rent support to another 200 permanent residents of Muskoka, and that is across our 6 municipalities. The building you're looking at there, that's a couple of months old, that picture. We're now up to the 3rd floor of ICF construction at 100 Pine Street. It's 44 new affordable housing units. They will be for seniors, and the rent for all of those apartments will be less than $1,000 a month for each apartment. 8 of them will be fully accessible on the ground floor. And that's obviously important as we try and support people aging in place. And that is a much broader effort that you've probably heard about going on in Muskoka through a collaboration between the district and the Muskoka Ontario Health Team, the MAOT, where we've launched a new regional effort to help people age at home and build services for them. We're halfway to our target, halfway through the term. We're halfway to our target of 373 new childcare spaces. 181 have been created to date. A large number of these are through licensed community providers. The district supports people who want to open a daycare in their home. We run a program to do that, but we've also been able to support some larger projects through the $10 a day program that the federal government funds. Paramedics, I do want to talk about this. So this is the point in our report card where we both talk about a good mark and a bad mark that I would give the district. The good mark is for our efforts to grow service. I think the poor mark would be our communications in MacTier over the last year. I think many of you are aware, Councillor Pradko most of all, and Councillor Bochuk, that we had our challenges and the district sort of got behind the community, as in we were later than the community in communicating what was going on with our paramedic services. And so a number of concerns were raised, I think rightly, by residents, because the information they had suggested they were going to lose their paramedic service. I'm pleased to give you an update on what has happened there. Of course, the controversy was over both the future of the building and the replacement of the transport ambulance with our new paramedic response unit, which was deployed on December 2nd. And here's the stats. So from December 2nd to February 26th, those 3 months, the first 3 months of the PRU in MacTier, it responded to 24 calls throughout Georgian Bay. 9 of those were within MacTier itself. And that's about typical. We typically run 1 call a week in MacTier itself and a second or third call in North Georgian Bay. The average response time for the PRU was 10 minutes. A couple of the responses were under 5 minutes. The fastest was 2. That compares to an average response time of 22 minutes in 2024 for the transport ambulance. So you may ask yourself why, if the ambulance was in MacTier before, was the average response time 22 minutes? It's because it was constantly being pulled away to other calls, and because it's a transport ambulance, sometimes it was in Orillia or Barrie, or in some cases even Toronto. The response time is that much faster with the PRU because it's based in MacTier and it's staying in MacTier. It runs a call, it goes back to the station. So that's what we would consider a success. The response time in Northern Georgian Bay has dropped from 22 minutes to 10 minutes on average. The transport ambulance now comes from Port Carling, and we're seeing an average response time there of the 22 minutes, which is consistent with 2024. So transport ambulance is showing up in the same amount of time, and that was a concern that many people at the town hall meeting in MacTier had expressed. And there were 3 calls where the PRU responded and we didn't need the transport ambulance, so that allowed the ambulance to stay where it was and people to be served by the paramedic, helped out in their homes, and then stay there. About the station, I know there's a lot of interest in the building. No decision yet as to the future use of the station, but I'm pleased we've been able to have some meetings with representatives of the community committee that brought forward the concerns. The interest there, as I'd expressed in our town hall meeting, was, could we do something to support the local economy? Can we make an investment into that space rather than the district potentially disposing of that building? Because it makes a great post for our PRU. There's nothing wrong with continuing to staff it. It's just more than we would need. And so there's more space there that could be used for other uses. That conversation is ongoing. And so I should mention as well, community transportation. We have launched a demand responsive transit system. And I won't get into all the details of how that works, but it's door to door. You can book this ride and it will take you from your front door to the front door of where you're going. It's a van pool type of service. There is an online app that you can use to book it, and there's also a phone number. It's a pilot project right now, serving Gravenhurst, Wata, and some of the central south area of the district. We hope to expand it across the district over the next coming months and years. Next slide, please. So just briefly, community paramedicine, which many of you may be familiar with, this is where paramedics visit people in their homes for a scheduled appointment. It's our effort to help people be able to manage chronic conditions at home without needing to call 911. This is an example of the story. Jane, who's a senior in Gravenhurst, is part of our CP remote monitoring program. When her remote monitoring showed signs of heart failure, our community paramedics were able to visit, adjust the medication, and help her avoid the emergency room and obviously a much more severe health impact. And she's improved. And so the CP continues to coordinate care with her doctor. This is how we can help people not have to go to the hospital and not have to receive 911 care. not get into crisis in the first place. Next slide. So briefly then, our third area of focus in our strategic plan is our services. We've had 109 projects now to improve our service delivery, and a lot of those are collaboration with area municipalities on things like roads, water, wastewater, solid waste, of course. We also have been trying hard to communicate better and more, and I mentioned the MacTier. I would consider it a poor showing by the district because we learned a lot from that. It's not just about get stuff on social media. We need to be proactive in communities to get the word out directly on the ground. And, you know, after the fact in MacTier, Deputy Paramedic Chief and myself knocked doors. We distributed flyers. We held a town hall meeting. You want to do that before people are angry? You want to do that when you're planning a change. And we certainly were reminded of that lesson by that experience. But we have had a lot of success in growing our audience online. And we have been able to connect people, for example, to things like our community tax clinic. So we do people's income taxes through a volunteer tax clinic. We have volunteers come in and help seniors of modest or low income complete their income taxes, because that makes them eligible for their benefits. And we actually, 1,400 tax returns is how many were done through that clinic over the last 2 years. And I included that picture on the right, which is now a famous picture. That was on the landing page of the Toronto Star during the storm in late November. That's Darcy Medland, who many of you will know from our paramedic service supervisor. And that's our CAT, our tracked vehicle that the district procured last summer. And lo and behold, we then used it to rescue people from their vehicles during the storm. And that's actually on the shoulder of Highway 11, that picture that you're looking at. But that's the kind of specialized service and tailoring for the Muskoka environment that we try and do in all that we do, but in particular with paramedic services. Next slide, please. So quick story about roads. We actually had, we typically are able to measure about a third of the district road network for condition assessment every year. This year we were able to do the entire network, and that was because of a technological improvement that we were able to bring in through contract. It's actually AI driven. And what it allows us to do is get very detailed condition data for the entire district road network. This is actually all online. You can go on our website and see down to the 100-meter segment of every district road what condition it was in when the assessment was done. And what does better data do? It helps you make better spending decisions, because you can target in where the investment is needed. And sometimes it's not as obvious. I mean, we all know district roads that are in terrible shape. You don't need AI to tell you that certain roads are in terrible shape. But there are roads where the subsurface condition is in rough shape, and it's not quite as apparent from the surface. There are also situations where if you make a small investment today to preserve the pavement, you can avoid a much more expensive investment 5 or 10 years from now. And that sort of little bit of prevention, ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, really is the case when it comes to maintaining district roads. So we have better data, and that helps us make better decisions. Last couple of slides are on our team. We have a tremendous staff team at the district leadership team. Our workforce, like many municipalities, we've been challenged with vacancies, trying to fill all of our positions, no more so than in our health services division, where at one point we had over 100 vacancies. In our long-term care homes, that's a huge issue because you can't not staff properly. You have to staff them properly. That means bringing in agency staff, and that's been very expensive. The good news I have to report to you, Council, is that we've been able to drop our vacancy rates substantially. We've been able to reduce our reliance on agency staff. Still some, but we've been able to reduce it, and that's good for both our quality of care. It's great for our team because we're continuing to build one, and it's better for the taxpayer. A lot of work with our internal think tank to foster innovation, but a lot of what we do, Council, depends on the community. And so building our collaboration with the community, whether it's on climate change, on housing, on homelessness, on childcare, what the district tries to do is bring together broader constituencies within our community to deliver our services, and we've continued to do that over the last couple of years. Next slide. It's just a quick story about Mailty. Many of you will be familiar with the Muskoka Area Indigenous Leadership Table. Mayor Coots here has shown great leadership through the Mailty on our relationship with our First Nations here in Muskoka. Of course, the renaming of Muskoka Road 38, by now well known to you, but we have undertaken a number of other initiatives in collaboration with Moose Deer Point, Wata, and the Chippewas of Rama, as well as, of course, the Métis Council and other organizations that are part of our Indigenous Leadership Table here in Muskoka. Next slide. Always important to talk about what this all costs. And I think our taxpayers, it's been a tough couple of years for municipalities, both with the initial impact of inflation, which drove up project costs, and then the sort of downstream impact of inflation, which affects everything from wages to contract costs, especially our contract costs. There was, of course, a great deal of concern over the huge increase in OPP contract costing. The province came along and provided some funding, and that was very helpful, thank goodness, or that would have been a big hit for all of us. But on the screen, you can see the 6 regional municipalities along with the district. There are 7 regional municipalities in Ontario. District of Muskoka is one, the other 6 are the regions in Southern Ontario. And the reason we compare in this case to the other regions is because they are the municipalities that deliver a similar basket of services: policing, paramedics, water, wastewater, regional road networks, solid waste, and so forth. This is the tax increases that each of the regions passed for 2025, and I'm pleased to say that the district came in below all of them. Next slide. Just a reminder of the overlapping nature of our government system. We like to think of this as collaboration, but it can create the challenges of making sure that we don't step on each other and or miss things in between us. I guess I would conclude by saying this district council has worked extraordinarily well together. In its first couple of years, we've faced some challenges. The hospital issue, others have landed in the district chambers and represented a challenge. There's still much work to do to move through transitions in some of our services, to build housing, to get our planning services as streamlined as possible, and of course to work on changes to solid waste. And that continues to be an ongoing effort, and certainly one I know the township has a great deal of interest in. But the work that has been done together, I think, is showing results, and that's my core message today. In addition to being able to deliver amongst our peers a relatively low tax increase as district council, I think we've quadrupled the number of affordable housing units that are getting built. We're halfway through implementing childcare, creating childcare across the district of Muskoka for people so that they are able to join the economy and find reasonable childcare. These are important services. The last thing I'll say, in 2025, I think we're going to be facing some economic headwinds. There's no question. The tariffs may come tomorrow. They may come in a different number. Who knows? I'm reminded of John Mulaney's line, "There's a horse loose in the hospital," and it is a challenge to try and figure out what's going on day to day. The best we can do, I think, together is try and support our business communities to navigate the tariff environment. Muskoka has a very strong tourism economy. It could be positively impacted by the low dollar. It could be negatively impacted by the poor relationship. We don't know. The best thing we can do is support our local businesses. And so at engagemuskoka.ca/tariff response is our tariff response page. That's been developed along with the 6 chambers of commerce in Muskoka, including SEGBE, as I mentioned, and local economic development officers. So there is a working group on tariff response that the district has convened, and we will continue to work through that group to manage whatever comes our way as best we can, connect our businesses to resources, and hopefully help weather the storm if we do experience it. So I've probably taken more than my time. I'll stop there. Julie and I are here to answer any of your questions, Council, and thank you again for your time today.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation. It's greatly appreciated, and I will agree with you. I think we have a very hard-working, positive council this term, trying to get a lot done, but that doesn't take away from the fact that there are still a few challenges to get through. Council, any questions or comments? Councillor Jarvis, please, followed by Council. Oh, they're popping up like crazy here. We'll start with Councillor Jarvis, nonetheless.
Thank you to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jeff, for your comments this morning. And I did have the benefit of listening to your comments this morning on the radio at CBC, and I thought it was a good approach, considering the situation is so variable. I don't know if it's a better term for that from the States. But my point here is, it's just an observation. We've got to be sure through district and our council here that we concentrate on what's important for our municipalities and our district throughout this term, balance of this term, despite what's going on stateside. And I would please request that district keep in mind the importance of the communities in our area over and above everything else, despite what's going on south of the border. And really, it's just an observation. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jarvis. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Chair Lehman, for your report. I do have some questions and comments, naturally. I guess starting off with slide number 12, just an observation and might help in the future to come to us next year. You're showing us a percentage increase, but the bottom line is dollars and cents for me. And one of the ways to judge these other communities in our comparison would be on a per $100,000 impact evaluation or valuation. How much are our taxes relative to these other communities that you referenced here? So percentage increases is one thing, but what's the bottom line? And so just as a suggestion, that would be helpful to know how we compare to those communities. I think because so much of our communities our residences are, in fact, 75% of our residences are rural. So the services required should be significantly lower than pretty much any other of these places that are referenced here, whether it's York, Peel, whatever. So that number should be quite low, not just the percentage. So that's just a suggestion. Slide number 2, where you talk about the different areas that are sort of the priorities, the 4 priorities. And I wanted to start with just a physical reality for the Township of Georgian Bay. Our access to services in the District of Muskoka are the most difficult to access. So when you take somebody that's living in Port Severn, for example, it's an hour plus to get to the hospital in Bracebridge. It's 27 minutes to get to the hospital in Midland. So a lot of the services that we draw on in this township are outside of the District of Muskoka. They're in Simcoe County. So it's an observation that I wanted to make. I mean, the same would apply if you look at MacTier, even not quite as much, but they're still about 10 kilometers closer to the Parry Sound Hospital as opposed to the Bracebridge Hospital. Is that the fault of Muskoka? No, it's just a reality that we need to keep front and center in terms of our thinking. Where's the ROI? I like the term ROI, return on, only it's on not income, it's return on taxation. And what is our return on taxation? So that prompts my next set of questions. In slide 2, it talks about the environment. And it's been said many times, you know, the environment's the economy, blah, blah, blah. Well, the environment really is in Muskoka, and it is also in Georgian Bay. Primarily because we won't have anything if we don't have our environment and good water quality, etc. Which prompts me to then say, with the environment, a few things. And I've raised this many times, but I'm going to raise it again. While the septic systems are the responsibility of local municipalities, the truth of the matter is that it would be helpful if the district were to take some initiative in terms of developing best-in-class testing across Muskoka and Georgian Bay. There are some best-in-class places that one can go and look a bit. I mean, as I understand it, states like Wisconsin, for example, have very comprehensive programs, and so that's just an example that I've been has been identified to me. The other thing, so the septic thing is important. 75% of our households in the District of Muskoka are not on water and sewer. They have their own systems. So that being the case, I just think it's important for us to remember that. And that is the case, then what are we doing to ensure that we are making every effort to have our water quality at the highest level possible? So I suggest that is somewhere, I've been asking about this, by the way, for about 10 years, but maybe one of these days. It's just a suggestion. The other comment I would make in terms of water testing, we do some of that through the Watershed Council, some of it done in Georgian Bay. Most of the testing we do here ourselves through some very comprehensive programs. But I wanted to just comment that well, I think the Watershed Council is doing some good work. I think their work is very spread out. And what I'm saying there is that I hear from our scientists that, you know, infrequent testing is not necessarily the best. You need to test in the spring, several times over the summer, and then at the fall. So you have sort of some controls. And there's not a lot of that going on with the testing at the Watershed Council. And maybe also some other standards, like where is the testing being done? We've learned that inshore testing is more important than out in the middle of a bay. And a lot of the testing that I see through the Watershed Council is in fact at 30, 40, 50 feet or meters, whatever you want to talk about. And that's not necessarily going to tell you the story of the water quality, which may be impacted by the septic systems that I just referenced. So I'm making the suggestion that if there's funding going to the Watershed Council, maybe look at the testing programs. And one of the things that they might be able to do is consult with some of the scientists that have been doing work in Georgian Bay, some many years ago, some today, or have been till recently. Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, Dr. Carl Schaefer years ago was an incredible scientist. But I didn't really hear a whole lot from them with respect to the Watershed Council coming and saying, so how do you do it? And what works for you and what is successful? And so benchmarking would be an important thing in terms of water quality. So those are just some comments, suggestions. I don't really have any questions other than I hope some of these things will be acted upon. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I respond to a couple of the things? Councillor
Please go ahead. Unfortunately, you're very small on my screen, so I wouldn't be able to tell whether you're trying to get my attention or not. So please just go ahead.
There's a raise hand. I'll do the big wave.
Oh, no, I saw that.
And I won't try and respond to everything in the interest of time. Thank you very much, Councillor Cooper. I will pass the suggestion on to the Watershed Council scientists who are no strangers, I'm sure, to this room either. The offer to connect them to some of the other citizen scientists and scientists who've done work in Georgian Bay. The point about services being closer in Simcoe and in MacTier, closer to the hospital in Parry Sound, very true, of course. And your mayor has done excellent work on the hospital funding issue. Mayor Coetzee, in conjunction with Councillors Bochuk and Cooper, reminded District Council of this fact, and the work was done to establish a hospital funding policy that respected the fact that West Muskoka, there is a chunk of West Muskoka that does not use the MAC hospitals in Bracebridge and Huntsville. And so the district, in an attempt to ensure that we were treating all areas of the District of Muskoka equitably, created a separate hospital funding reserve for the purpose of funding projects that serve the residents of West Muskoka. We had primarily in mind here, of course, Georgian Bay Township, places like Georgian Bay General Hospital and Parry Sound, but also there's a portion of the township of Muskoka Lakes, the portion near McTier and the west part of Fort Carling, where we ourselves, those calls that we run as Muskoka paramedics go to hospitals outside the district of Muskoka. They don't go to the MAC hospitals. And so I think a real effort was made there to try and ensure that when we ask for funds from residents of Muskoka, those funds are redistributed to residents of Muskoka across the district. And that will always differ by service and amount and project at different times. But when it comes to hospital funding, we were very aware of that issue. And thank you, Councillor Cooper, for raising it. Also appreciate the absolute dollars comment. We should be able to do that quite easily. So appreciate that suggestion. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Your Worship. Thank you, Chairman Lehman, for your presentation. It's always good to hear progress being made at the district level, especially with regards to the PRU project in MacTier and housing and other initiatives that impact us directly. I did want to ask, at that town hall meeting we had in MacTier back in October, there was a commitment for the district to come back with a presentation and second town hall to talk about economic development opportunities that the district was helping to lead on, and I'm just hoping that we can get some traction on that in the coming months. I'm happy to work with Muskoka staff, as I'm sure our township staff will be working as well. But if you need any assistance, I'm sure Councillor Bocek and myself would be able to help get that moving forward. And as we go through the year, I hope we continue to get some updated stats on how the PRU project is going, because I think the 3 months is encouraging, but I think it will take more than 3 months of stats to prove to the community that the Muskoka strategy is an effective one for their needs. In short, that was all. Thank you very much.
Your Worship, if I might, thanks, Councillor Predko. A couple of things. Absolutely, and thank you for the reminder. Of course, we've had a number of conversations, both with a couple of community leaders from MacTier and then internally about the future of the station building and the desire to make an investment into MacTier rather than withdrawing in any way. And so, you know, let's get a date in the book for that town hall, even if it's a couple of months out. That'll give us a deadline to focus on. The other new resource we've been able to bring to this is the district has a economic development and grants officer who started work just before Christmas, Luke Preston. He's the one leading that tariff response group. But we've had conversations, Luke and I, around the Northern Ontario Heritage Fund, which we are now eligible for as of just before the provincial election. A few weeks ago was announced, or before the start of the campaign. And so there may be an opportunity there to attract some funding, because that is primarily an economic development fund. And we would love to see some of that funding come into MacTier. So yes is the short answer, and fair point on the PRU. I think it's fair to say as well, as much as it's been an encouraging start, it's performing as we hoped. We haven't been through a summer yet, so let's see how things go when the highway gets busier and the lakes get busier. But encouraging numbers so far. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Councillor Graziano, please.
Thank you, Worship, and thank you, Chair Lehman and Ms. Stevens, for attending and presenting today. A few questions with regards to healthcare and one with regards to staffing, if I may. And some points of clarity, if I can. I'm a data guy, and I like to get granular on the data, so bear with me. In your slide presentation, you articulated that there were 9 calls from MacTier out of, I think, a total of 20-ish total calls for the PRU. And I was just curious to know the nature of those 9 calls. Were they calls specific to light interactions like medication adjustments, or were they relatively severe in nature, if I can? And if perhaps you may not have that data, I'm just curious to understand what type of calls the PRU is servicing right now out of those 9 calls.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't have that data, Councillor Graziano, but we are able to get that to you. There's 4 tiers of calls, and we can give you a sense of how severe each of them were. I will say, though, we know that there were only 3 calls where transport wasn't required. And so that would suggest that they were all at least moderately severe in nature, enough that the individual did have to be transported. It's good news, though, that there were 3 that weren't. And I think the number that I didn't give you is how many community paramedicine visits occurred in MacTier, because we do have people enrolled in the program. I don't have that number today, though, so we'll get that to you along with the data on the calls.
I appreciate that. And that was actually my next question, Chair Lehman, if I can. The 3 calls that you had articulated, were they specific to MacTier, or were they specific to the broader 22 calls in total that you had mentioned?
Yeah, I don't know that. I don't have that breakdown. We'll get it to you.
Appreciate that. And the reason why I ask these questions is because, as it stands, based on the data that you've articulated, it seems that 66% of the calls are receiving an extra step. So rather than the bus being sent and then taking that person to further care, it seems that the PRU is being dispatched first, and then I would assume requesting a bus to come in and pick up the person. And if that is the case, I'm wondering what extra times is taken from the person receiving the PRU review to then the PRU saying, hey, we need a bus here, can you come on out? And what's the extension of time for care in that particular, or in those particular situations? Likely data that you don't have right now. It is something that I am hoping to better understand. With regards to the example of Jan, you had mentioned that in Jan's case study, the PRU was dispatched, the community paramedicine group was dispatched, and they were able to adjust Jan's medication. Do you happen to know whether or not that was under the supervision of a medical person, like a general practitioner, an NP? Was the paramedicine person able to adjust the medicine themselves, or did they have to consult with somebody else?
So thank you very much, Councillor Graziano. So to your first question, I do have the answer for you on the transport ambulance. So the way it works is the call taker dispatches the ambulance, dispatches a transport ambulance if the call is anticipated to require it. So it leaves from wherever it is at the same time. And that has led to a 22-minute average response time for the transport ambulance, which is identical to the 2024 response time. So there has been no delay observed, at least through the first 3 months, in the arrival of the transport ambulance. Now, you may say to yourself, why are we now dispatching 2 vehicles where we could have only been, or earlier we were only dispatching 1? There are occasions where the transport ambulance ultimately is not required and is called off, or they are not available as close locally, because, as you know, as I said earlier, they can be on the road even outside of the district. The advantage of the PRU is the first paramedic is there sooner. And so the data we've got through the first 3 months of this implementation, people are getting a paramedic to their door in 10 minutes. Last year, it was 22 minutes. And so the improvement in service, in response time from the implementation of the PRU is being demonstrated. And I think the transport ambulance, you're right to raise it. It was a major concern at the town hall. We're not seeing a delay in the transport ambulance arriving. They are stationed in Port Carling. They'll be at the new facility in West Port Carling when it's complete. On the question about the CP example, yes. So we have all of the community paramedicine is delivered in conjunction with a family physician if the individual has one. If they are not rostered, we do have a base doctor that supports the CP program. And we'll connect people to local resources as well. Advanced care paramedics do have some ability to manage prescriptions and medications, but in a case of a cardiac patient, it's always done in conjunction with their own physician.
Thank you. And if I may return back to an earlier comment of yours, the nature of the root of my question with regards to the call times was that My understanding is it takes 10 minutes for the PRU to arrive to a particular call. Then there, of course, will be an assessment based on the community paramedicine person reviewing the call, the nature of the call, and I guess the reason. And from there, we'll determine what's the next appropriate step, whether that's critical care and sending and redirecting to a hospital, at which point it's taking a bus 22 minutes to arrive on scene, and then taking that person to critical care. So my question is, what's the total amount of time taken from initial PRU through to hospital visit? And based on the averages, I'm going to assume it's at least 32 minutes for commute times and arrival times for both the PRU and the bus, and then there's the assessment time in between for that that person to review the case. So that was the root of my question. If I may just continue on, Your Worship, I have a couple of additional questions. With regards
No,
to
excuse me, Councillor Grom. I think my understanding is different than yours, so I'd like Chair Lehman to respond to that comment you just made first before you go on to your next item.
Okay. Thanks, Your Worship. So, in fact, it's not 32 minutes. The 22 minutes is from the moment the call is received. So there is no change in the amount of time that the transport ambulance is taking to arrive. So the way the system works is somebody calls in, says, I need an ambulance on Lake Joseph Road right away. I've cut my leg with a chainsaw and my leg is bleeding. And at that moment, the call taker will confirm the address and send the transport ambulance at that point. They will also send the PRU. And so the transport ambulance, before the PRU was implemented, all that would have happened is they would have sent the transport ambulance, and the person who'd cut their leg would have waited until the transport ambulance got there to get service. Now, with the PRU sitting in the MacTier building at all times and never leaving the zone, and that was the real big change in our service. With transport ambulances, they go to the scene, they stabilize the patient, stabilize the bleed, put them in the ambulance, take them to the hospital. Might be Perry Sound from Lake Joseph Road, probably would be, depends on where you are. But at that, with the PRU, the first paramedic is arriving to stabilize the person who's bleeding in 10 minutes, whereas in 2024, the average was 22. But the transport ambulance goes right away. So it's not 32 minutes, not 10 plus 22. It's still the same 22.
And thank you for clarity on that. So, and that helps quite a bit. So what I'm understanding is that they're being duly dispatched. The PRU is being dispatched in tandem to the bus. Both are arriving, albeit the bus coming a little bit later, which is still the same amount of time as previous calls, which thank you for clarity. Moving along with regards to staffing, I'm curious to know, given that you've brought up staffing within the District of Muskoka, what percentage of district staff are GB residents currently? Do we happen to know that?
Looking at Ms. Stevens, I don't think we know offhand home addresses of all our staff. I don't have the data today. We certainly know.
Thank you. Yes, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah. So I don't have it with me today, but I definitely have. We have mapped it out before where all the staff are coming from at various times when we've looked at some of our policy implementation, and so we can get that. We know that there's a large percentage that live within Muskoka, and there's also quite a growing population that comes in from outside of Muskoka as well from a staffing perspective.
Understood. If I may, with a simple follow-up question, is there any policies for 2025 committing to equal representation amongst the municipalities that are under the district's purview? Are we biasing towards hiring practices to ensure equal representation amongst all of our municipalities, or is it really we're finding them as best as we can?
No, we don't do that. And I'm not aware of any municipality that does that, Councillor Graziano, just because I don't think we would. I think we would be strongly challenged to fill all of our positions. I think there are a lot of Muskoka residents that work outside of Muskoka, and there are a lot of folks from Simcoe and immediately to the north, Nipissing and so forth that work in Muskoka.
Great, I appreciate it. Last question, if I may, and then of course I'll conclude. Garbage. There wasn't any mention in the presentation with regards to garbage, specifically the challenges that Georgian Bay Township is going to be undergoing for this particular year. I mean, as you're aware, there's been articles written for Go Home Lake, and the community is quite concerned with regards to the changes that are being implemented. And I'm curious to understand your perspective on the commitment to the residents and to our municipality on trying to find a way to address the challenges and the concerns of our community. Again, and again, this is not my ward. I'll defer to Councillor Predko with regards to this, but I do understand that there is quite a few people within or residents within our community that are quite concerned about the changes that are being implemented. So over to you, Chair Lehman. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that, Councillor Graziano, and I'm sure the same question might have come from other councillors as well. And I think with Go Home Lake in particular, I'll just focus on the specific and then just a comment or two on the general situation that's going on across both the township and the district. But with Go Home Lake in particular, we are very aware, and we have received a lot of correspondence from the residents with concerns about the lakeside service option. We're going to do the maximum level of service that the district is able to offer for the residents of Go Home Lake, which is 15 hours a week of lakeside service. I think there was initially some understanding from the Cottage Association and the residents that it was that the truck was only going to be there for a few hours a week. There was going to be 400 people in their boats trying to get their garbage onto the truck and so forth. With 15 hours a week of service, we hope that will be not the case. We don't believe it will be the case, but I'm sure there will be busy moments for the service. We did delay the removal of the bins in Go Home Lake into the summer months. We're going to do it over the summer while people are there, rather than them showing up and not being able to use the bins any longer. The service times that we've selected for those 15 hours of lakeside collection came straight from the residents. So we had a really great response to our survey on waste in Georgian Bay Township. I know it is a hot topic for everyone. And so we were able to get some really good information from the people who live there as to when they would use the service, and we're going to try that. No level of service is perfect. I'm sure there will be some issues or changes that need to be made. We're committed to making those changes as we roll out the new service so that we can do the best possible job that we can with the change in service. But to your general question, Councillor Graziano, it's a very good one. We're in the late stages of dealing with this provincial requirement to get rid of the unlicensed bin sites. And I think more generally, the challenge that we've now got, the Rosewarne landfill, which is where garbage goes, is the only one. And the last cell at Rosewarne filled up in less than 3 years, and it was supposed to last well more than that. So the reality is we have a miserable diversion rate in Muskoka. It's just not good enough. We have Simcoe County, we have northern communities who are doing far, far better than we are in Muskoka. And so the problem that we have for our taxpayers is a new landfill is $50 to $100 million at best, if we can find one. And so the enormous costs that our taxpayers will face because garbage from Georgian Bay Township will have to be trucked out of the country, trucked somewhere else in the province. All of the alternatives from new landfill to other disposal methods are so expensive that we really have to work as hard as we can to make the Rosewarne landfill last as long as it can. And the best way to do that is to drive up diversion. And so we are asking people to do things that we recognize are less convenient. There's no way around it. I don't take joy in that. I take a lot of complaints and a lot of concerns, and I recognize why those complaints come to us, because in some cases the solutions are either very inconvenient or not particularly helpful. And so where that happens, we always try and improve our service. There's no question that in some cases, though, we are inconveniencing people. and we're asking them to do something new or different. The best I can offer is that we will try and be as responsive as we can this summer as changes are made at Go Home Lake and elsewhere in the township. While no solution is perfect, we have to drive up diversion in Muskoka, or we're all going to face enormous costs in the future, even if it wasn't critically important for the environment to do what we're doing.
One follow-up, if I may, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And with regards to diversion, Commissioner Steele in a previous meeting here at Council or delegation had articulated specifically to with regards to the Go Home Lake concern that the model based on times were based on a 40% usage with 60%, I guess, of the community members not utilizing garbage disposal within the District of Muskoka. And I'm curious to know whether that is part of the strategy, which is diversion away from our bins. I can articulate to my, many a times, I'd probably say more often than not, I'm taking my garbage back to my principal residence outside of the district, territory, rather than using the bin sites that are within the district, only because the times that are allocated and or assigned to those sites are not open for me to be able to utilize. And my last question is, at least from the bins or the facilities that I use, I have yet to see any green bin collection. And I wonder what type of commitment the district is going to have. If we're looking at diversion, the green bin collection would likely remove a lot of weight. And to date, we don't see that at the facility that I use. So over to you. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. Thanks, Councillor Graziano. I'm going to actually pass that one to my CAO.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair. So first question is, are we purposely making it difficult for people so that they will not use the district facilities? And I would say, no, that isn't the intent. There's always been a goal overall to utilize our own resources for managing our waste. And I would say there's a continuation of that within the waste strategy. What we also have to, but there's always a balancing act between the resources required to do some of that work, and especially since the MECP has made stipulation of how we manage our waste. And so I would say, no, that's not an ultimate goal. It may be an outcome in some situations. And certainly we know on the commercial side of things that there could be in the commercial waste that they may choose to take their waste outside of Muskoka, given the cost of especially mixed waste, because we do increase the cost or charges or tip fees for mixed waste. So for commercial industries, if they don't separate, they're going to get charged higher rates. And so they may choose to take that outside of Muskoka for that. As far as the question on the green bin. So we have expanded our green bin organics substantially since the beginning of the bin site transition work. And what we tried to marry up was increasing that the green bin in particular, while we're advancing the curbside. We know that curbside has the best diversion rates. And the other part that we wanted to do is increase the green bin when we introduced the clear bags, because we knew there's people that in the clear bags, they have to put food waste. If we're not offering green bins, they've got to put food waste in the garbage, and that increases their amount of waste. And so that was a purposeful expansion. As far as into the depots, I believe all of them have green bin now into the transfer stations. I see you shaking your head, so I will double check on that one, Councillor, and when that's going to happen in the depots. For sure it happens in the transfer stations in Lake Bays already.
All right, thank you. Councillor Bocek.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, welcome Chair Lehman and CAO Stevens to Port Severn, Georgian Bay Township. As you're both aware, I can ask most of my questions at the district level from senior staff. Julie gives us a pretty good ability to go into any department and ask questions. So I'm going to keep it short here, but there's three main concerns that I have. One is to do with solid waste, and that is the amount of interaction that our department has had with our businesses in our township. As you know, we're going to be removing the bins from marinas, restaurants, everywhere else that we have district bins in the township. And I don't feel there's been enough working with these businesses to help them with their MECP approvals, to obtain them for themselves. And what else was there that they've been asking me about? Well, it's basically working with them because they see there's some inadequacies here. They're losing a big service that they depend on, yet there's been no talk about them paying less in taxes, since this service is being removed and they're going to incur a cost by going private with it. So I'd love to see communications between our business owners in the township and the district, whether that's through me or a direct delegation to the district. So that's the first thing. Secondly, the paramedic services. I talk a lot with Chief McWilliams about the services in our township through the Health Services Committee and by talking to him frequently. One of the concerns that we have here in the township of Georgian Bay is most of the southern part of our township is serviced by Simcoe County. And for an ambulance to come to Georgian Bay Township, it has to come from Coldwater or Midland, or if those two are busy, then it has to come down from MacTier. Well, from Coldwater, Midland, or MacTier to Honey Harbor is a lot more than 20, 25 minutes. It's 40 minutes to be real. So that's one of the things we need to address. Also, a PRU in the southern end of this township. I think that should be looked at. I think it is being looked at, but the value is there, especially when we don't have an ambulance, a bus real close. My understanding is that there will be a station built on Muskoka Road 33, which is going to house ambulance to service the southern part of the township and the western part. But currently, I'm going to give you an example in my case. I'm an epileptic, and if I have a seizure, a PR unit could come to my house, which they do from Simcoe County. They address my issues. A bus shows up 5-10 minutes later. If the issues are simple and they can take care of it in my house, I'm taking care of them. I don't go to hospital and get sick with colds and everything else. I'm taken care of in my house. If it's major, in the way of a grand mal, they load me in the bus and they take me into Midland. So I think a PR unit in the south end of this township would increase the service times that our folks in the southern end here get. So there's no real question there. It's more of a let you know what's happening type of thing. My third thing is, and I think most of council agree with me, is planning at the district level. The townships within the district of Muskoka use the planning department for major subdivisions, approvals for subdivisions, what can and can't be done in the numbers, etc. But when we fall into a legal situation at the township level, it would be nice to know that the district of Muskoka, since they gave all the approvals and approved the build out in the process, when we run into trouble, we're left alone. And so I'd like to see the district get a little more involved with the legal planning issues at the township level from the top down, get some help from district on these things. I can't go into particulars, but I'm sure you're well aware of things that happen in other townships as well as ours. So probably my only questions are, is there any plan for PRU in the southern part of the township? When it comes to solid waste, would you entertain speaking to our businesses or have a delegation of a district to address this? And two, what would the district offer, or what could the district offer in the way of legal support? One of the big things we have is collectively, a lot of times, we're looked at as a group, but independent legal advice from the district solicitors on planning matters may go a long way at the township level. So your thoughts on those three things?
Well, thanks for that, Councillor Bochick. We'll take a look at the legal collaboration piece and report back to you. On the paramedics, yeah, I was just pulling up the 10-year master plan because I couldn't remember which year the new station was planned for. It's in the plan for 2027. I believe that's a little ambitious. I hate to say that, but it wouldn't surprise me if it slipped by a year. That being said, the whole point of the PRU in MacTier was because we were adding a transport ambulance in the south end of Georgian Bay Township, so that we're not relying on Simcoe all the time. And you're right to raise that, and I think the master plan anticipated that. And so stay tuned. But the plan is to station a transport ambulance in the south part of Georgian Bay Township in the next couple of years. On the district bin removal and the businesses service, thank you for that. I would actually like to follow up with the businesses that you're referring to. I do think both in terms of assistance with the MECP, that is something that we can, I can't offer to write the application for them or pay for their costs, but we can certainly make sure that they're getting help from district staff. I mean, it is our goal that the transition be as straightforward as possible, and we have been able to assist some marinas in pursuing their MECP approvals for their own facilities. So happy to do that if we can follow that up afterwards.
Good. One further follow-up through you, Mr. Mayor.
If you make it quick, because I want to wrap this up.
I certainly will. I don't know if a review of our solid waste curbside pickup needs to be done. I live in Port Severn here. I wake up to a truck going down my street at 7 o'clock to pick stuff up. And then at 9 o'clock, another truck comes down my street to pick up, I guess, the recycling. And then about 2 hours later, another truck comes down my street, a smaller one, to pick up the organics. Of course, we're trying to switch over to food cyclers here in the township. I'm just wondering, could we look at the operations side of solid waste and just see if there's waste is kind of a parody on words, but see if there's any waste in that department. I can't see 3 trucks going down my street. And of course, the ongoing problem of the garbage truck comes down at 7 a.m., which means you have to be out by the curbside around 6:30 to put it out. We can't put it out the night before because of bears and everything else. My constituents have asked for a later pickup time so that they could, before they go to work, they could put their garbage out and something would be there to pick it up. We pick up a lot of garbage off our lawns and off the streets, and it's because of the time that it's picked up. So review of that would be nice as well too.
Certainly something we can look at, Councillor Bochick, but I wouldn't want to make commitments only because we try and keep the cost of the taxpayer down, and that's one of the things, ways to do that is to have a service day that starts at 7 a.m., to be fair. You know, if you don't have the same number of hours on the road, you either need more trucks or more time, and that ends up costing quite a bit more. But the reality as well is the trucks, cover different areas at different times of day, and it's really the people whose truck goes by at 7:01 who have the real consequence if they miss it. And on the 3 trucks piece, I was smiling a bit when you asked the question, because constantly on Facebook we get it all goes in one truck, so why are we even separating our stuff? And I think the irony of having one truck with 2 compartments, although it allows you to do the single run, you get a lot of skepticism from the public. But it's a great question. Let me get you a good answer as to why the 3rd truck runs separately. But the 2nd truck, I can tell you why, and that's the circular materials switch. So the province uploaded recycling, right? The province now takes care of recycling across Ontario through circular materials. It's not the district anymore. And so CM is running their contract to service people, and the district runs our contract to pick up everything else.
I guess through you, Mayor, I guess it's because they all say GFL on the side. We just figured it was all the district. Thank you very much, both of you, for coming today.
Thank you. We're definitely past our scheduled time for this, so I'm going to try to keep my comments down as much as possible. I appreciate Chair Lehman and CEO Stevens, you're coming to see us today. Also appreciate your observations about the hospital funding. It's one area now where we can look our township taxpayers straight in the face and saying they're actually getting full value for their district tax dollar that's going to healthcare, which I greatly appreciate. And on solid waste, I just want to, obviously that's going to be a big item again this year. Want to make the comment with regards to what Councillor Bocek was saying, is that if a marina is arranging their own private service, they don't need an ECA because the carrier who delivers it will have the ECA. And that's one of the real advantages of having private service at businesses, be they marinas or others, is that if they make the arrangement with GFL, for instance, you name them, but or any of their competitors, those folks have the ECA, and they are the ones who are to responsibly place the bins, and so the customer, the business, does not have to get an ECA approval from the MECP. Unfortunately, that doesn't work for the district, and it's sadly, but that's the way the province constructs their regulations. I could go on a few other things, but I'm just going to. We've heard a lot from the 5 other councillors, and so I'm just going to end this by saying thank you again very much for coming. We greatly appreciate it, and we look forward to further improvements in our various joint projects over the next couple of years. Thank you.
Thanks for having us here.
Council, we have one other deputation on our list, and that is on Regional Climate Change Mitigation Plan for Muskoka Joint Area Municipalities. And I believe we have a number of representatives from Tatham Engineering. And I believe Clerk Way advised me that they will be online.
Good morning.
And I'm starting to see faces appear. I'm going to say welcome. I'm going to ask each of you to introduce yourselves, and please go ahead.
Good morning. I'll probably start. My name is Alham Guruhi, and I'm the manager of Air and Noise and Decarbonization and Net Zero Department with Tatham Engineering. And I'll let the others to introduce themselves.
Good morning, I'm Bill Van Ryn with Tatham Engineering, Vice President out of our Bracebridge office. I've worked on this project with Elham. Thank you for the time you're giving us to present today.
Good morning, I'm David Clark from Tatham Engineering. I'm Vice President of Buildings and I've been supporting Elham on this project also. Thank you. Good morning.
I would go ahead and share my screen as we have prepared the presentation. Please let me know if you are seeing my screen.
We can see it now.
Okay. As we introduced, we are from Tatham Engineering, and we are here to present the Regional Climate Change Mitigation Plan prepared by Tatham Engineering for the 6 area municipalities in the district of Muskoka. This presentation talks about the general purpose of this plan with the details of the Georgian Bay plan. The milestone of the climate change mitigation and actions in Muskoka are listed here. It started in 2020 by climate emergency declaration. And since then, Muskoka municipalities took many climate-related actions, especially Georgian Bay. In fall 2023, Tatham was retained to start preparing the regional climate change mitigation plan. A regional working group comprising of members from each area municipality was established. Tatham and the regional municipal group worked closely together throughout the project to finalize the plan. And now we are presenting this plan. There are a number of different initiatives and plans and technical documents completed by federal and provincial governments, which we were carefully reviewed, and the appropriate and relevant initiatives were considered in preparing this plan. We have listed some of the initiatives here, and the full list is in our report. This plan is also completed based on the framework provided in the PCP protocol, Partners for Climate Protection, and area municipalities can get recognition from PCP for completion of the milestones 1, 2, 3. Therefore, our scope of work completely aligns with the PCP milestones 1 to 3, where task 1 was the GHG inventory and forecasting. Task 2 was to determine the GHG reduction targets, and task 3 was to prepare the regional climate change mitigation plan. The purpose of this plan is to prepare the GHG inventory for the baseline year so municipalities can understand the GHG emission profile within their assets, and also to provide a guidance to area municipalities in their decision-making process by setting ambitious and achievable GHG reduction targets and providing clear, simple, and effective action plans based on available technologies in the market. This is also a regional plan to make sure all area municipalities are taking similar steps and actions. Therefore, when Georgian Bay gets to implement each project, they may require to complete additional assessments like building condition assessments or energy modeling. We understand that Georgian Bay already completed some of these studies for their buildings, and they are well positioned in their path to decarbonization. Additionally, as existing technologies advance and new technologies become commercially available, Georgian Bay can consider the impact of the new technologies on accelerating this plan or recommending the new projects. That's why we consider this document as a living document as we advance it or update it whenever it's needed. The first task that was completed was GHG inventory and forecasting. The year 2018 was considered as our baseline year because it was the most recent year with full information for all area municipalities that was not affected by pandemic. GHG emission inventory was completed based on the framework milestone 1 provided in the PCB protocol for all corporate assets using the Environment and Climate Change Canada and US EPA emission factors. The global warming potentials used in this assessment were based on IPCC 5th assessment report. Emissions were reported in tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and all corporate assets, including building, fleet, and street light and traffic lights, were included in this report. In this pie chart, we show the energy makeup of Georgian Bay operations for 2018 baseline, leading with propane, followed by electricity, diesel, and gasoline. And as I mentioned earlier, it includes energy used for buildings, fleet, and streetlights. This chart showcases the GHG emission profile for Georgian Bay in 2018 based on asset type. Buildings accounted for 46% of emissions, while fleet accounted for 54%, and streetlights contribution was negligible. Here we show the GHG emissions for buildings by operation type. Fire halls and community centers are generating the highest GHG emissions, followed by arena and administration offices. Most of the GHG emissions in building sectors are coming from building heating, cooling by propane or electricity. To help us identify buildings that are potentially less energy efficient, we prepared the GHG emission intensity for buildings, which is defined by GHG emissions in tons of carbon dioxide per square meter of the building area per year. Georgian Bay, Honey Harbor Fire Hall, and McTier Fire Hall had the highest GHG intensity for 2018, followed by Baxter Ward Community Center and Public Works Fire Hall building. Many factors can affect the GHG intensity, including the operation type, fuel type, behavioral patterns, and efficiency of the building assemblies. We also completed the GHG emission forecasting, projected the future GHG emissions for business as usual scenario to year 2050 based on the framework milestone 1 provided in the PCB protocol. To project the future GHG emissions, we have modeled emission increases using population growth and urbanization patterns based on the census data and District of Muskoka's Phase 1 Growth Plan report, the 2024 report. The ECC report was also used to project the effect of the climate change and global warming on building energy use, including the heating and cooling degree days. For business as usual forecasting, it was assumed that the operating patterns will remain the same as the baseline year with no actions to reduce energy consumption or GHG emissions. The cost of energy, including the cost of carbon, was also forecasted to year 2050. Here we can see the forecasting results. The GHG emission is projected to increase differently for different corporate assets, but in total, it is estimated that Georgian Bay will see an emission increase of 31% above the 2018 baseline by 2030 and an increase of 61% by 2050. The energy costs also forecasted, which includes changes in energy costs due to inflation and carbon cost increase. It is estimated that Georgian Bay's energy costs will increase by 430% by 2050 under business as usual. This is obviously depends on the Canada's policies going forward regarding the carbon pricing. The second task was GHG reduction, determining the GHG emission reduction targets. We completed a detailed review of existing reports and plans for Georgian Bay, as well as the plans for provincial and federal governments and their targets. The Made in Ontario Environment Plan is Ontario's GHG reduction plan, sets a GHG reduction target of 30% below 2005 level by 2030. On the other hand, the federal plan sets a GHG reduction target of 40 to 45% below 2005 level by 2030. We also consider the emission profile of Georgian Bay to make sure the targets we are setting are feasible. By feasible, we mean technologically and economically feasible based on the commercially available technologies. It is also worth mentioning that to be economically feasible, it is very important to reduce the GHG emissions gradually, and that's how we set our mitigation plans in the next few steps. Therefore, Georgian Bay GHG reduction targets are set to 45% reduction below baseline by 2030 and net zero by 2050. The 45% reduction aligns with the higher target from the federal plans. And the final task was to complete the regional climate change mitigation plan. To achieve the targets set in the previous step, this plan is based on 3 pillars. The first pillar is to decarbonize the existing corporate assets through building, fleet, and streetlight retrofits. The second pillar is to offset the remaining emissions using renewable energy generation through rooftop solar photovoltaic panels or additional solar PVs on corporate assets or within the community, or alternatively, having the clean electricity purchase agreements. And the final pillar is to have a net zero policy for new buildings and new fleet to make sure our efforts in decarbonizing the existing corporate assets will continue to get Georgian Bay to net zero by 2050. With considering these 3 pillars, we determine what it takes for Georgian Bay to reach the targets and to decarbonize their existing assets. Therefore, we determine specific plans for buildings, fleet, and streetlights. To determine the mitigation plan for buildings, we completed a feasibility assessment of the available technologies and only consider retrofits that their potential GHG reduction compared to their costs are high. The GHG mitigation plan for Georgian Bay building consists of the following recommended measures. Replacement of the main existing heating cooling units of the buildings to air source heat pumps or systems or similar when they reach their end of life, and installation of rooftop solar photovoltaic panel on corporate buildings, and replacement of all non-LED lightings to LED lightings. Additional solar photovoltaics are also recommended to offset the remaining building emissions. We have completed a high-level sizing of the proposed retrofits to determine the possible GHG reductions. With implementing these recommendations, Georgian Bay GHG reduction for buildings can be reduced to 42% below 2018 level by 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050. The implementation plan for buildings was determined based on the remaining life of the existing system and energy use index of the building HVAC equipment, prioritizing buildings with lower energy efficiency. It is assumed that all buildings will consider the retrofit. Georgian Bay has this flexibility to decide to decommission some older buildings and replace it with net zero new buildings. It is also assumed that any future plans for expansion or new building constructions will consider net zero GHG design. Therefore, new additions will not affect the future GHG emissions. We have determined the installation cost of equipment for buildings, fleet, and streetlights, as well as the cost of energy and carbon saving for buildings. The estimated costs are obtained from a supplier with some contingency for installation. Therefore, it is not a full construction cost and does not include any costs associated to building upgrades that may be needed to implement the measures. We also recognize that as technologies advance, the cost will reduce over time. Please note that in our cost assessment, we did not consider any future reductions in cost due to technology advancement, as well as funding opportunities that may be available, which also can help to reduce the costs. A snapshot of the proposed retrofit implementation timeline and costs is provided here with details in the report. By 2030, Georgian Bay need to invest around $2 million to complete the recommended retrofits to air source heat pumps or similar LED and rooftop solar PVs for 5 buildings. By 2050, additional buildings can go through the retrofit, and to offset the remaining emissions by installing additional solar PVs, the estimated investment needed is around $7 million. Federal and provincial funding opportunities can help to reduce these costs significantly. The recommended measures for fleet is based on the federal and provincial plans to make zero-emission vehicles or ZEVs available for Canadians. Therefore, we recommended to replace all light and medium-duty vehicles and 35% of heavy-duty vehicles to ZEVs by 2030. By 2050, it is recommended that Georgian Bay convert all fleet to zero-emission. The recommendations also include adding EV charging infrastructure to support the 2030 EV transition plan. It is assumed that after 2030, public charging stations will be readily available and Georgian Bay won't require to install more. With this plan, Georgian Bay can reduce 61% of fleet GHG emissions below baseline year by 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050. The transition plan for Georgian Bay includes purchasing EV vehicles and installing EV charging stations with an estimated cost of $2 million by 2030. By 2050, Georgian Bay can replace all fleet to ZEVs with an estimated cost of $3 million. The general recommendations for streetlight was to convert non-LED lighting to LED lighting when they reach their end of life. It is understood that all or most of streetlights in Georgian Bay have been replaced recently with LED streetlights. And finally, to compare the energy costs of the net zero plan to business as usual, we have prepared this chart for buildings. This chart highlights financial impact of the energy cost savings over time, spanning from 2018 to 2050. The dark green area represents the energy cost savings achieved each year with the net zero plan compared to business as usual scenario. As Georgian Bay gradually completes more retrofits, energy and cost savings become more significant. The graph effectively highlights the financial benefits of implementing retrofitting measures to achieve net zero emissions by 2050. And as a summary, 46% of Georgian Bay's emissions are coming from their buildings and 54% coming from their fleet. The streetlights emissions were insignificant. The GHG reduction targets were set for the short and long term. The short-term 2030 target is to achieve 45% reduction below baseline, and the long-term target was to achieve net zero by 2050. By implementing the recommendations in this plan, Georgian Bay can reduce 50% of the GHG emissions from their buildings and 61% from their fleet by 2030 and achieve net zero by 2050. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for that. Ms. Schneider, I didn't know if you wanted to make any comments on this presentation before I turn it over to council. I'm going to take that as a no, so I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Mayor, just a quick question with regards to air source heat pumps, and maybe our planning department might be better off handling this. My understanding is that new builds, an air source heat pump is not allowed as a sole source of heat in a new build at this time. How does that affect retrofits? Or have I got my information wrong?
Through the mayor to Councillor Jarvis, I'll defer to the chief building official in terms of building code requirements if she's on the call.
Hello, through you, Chair. You are correct. There is a regulation that generally requires a backup heat source for the heat pumps.
Kaylee, would that also apply to retrofits then?
Well, the retrofits actually, there's probably already existing heat source in the building.
Interesting. Okay, thank you.
And may I add a note? In our calculations, we also assume the backup heating. And so the air source heat pump will be installed with backup heat, either by the fuel or by electricity, depending on the building.
I suppose it doesn't, I mean, notwithstanding the fact that the province may change the way they handle this in the first place anyway, going down the road in favor of getting heat pumps back into the market more predominantly and probably more efficiently. But thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Schneider, did you want to say anything before I go to Councillor Cooper?
Oh, thank you, Your Worship. Good morning. I just wanted to clarify that some of this may be repeat information. In fact, a good portion of it is for council. In case you were wondering, I've heard this before. You have. We did do a very large-scale GHG study of the facilities that we have in our municipality, and we were able to provide this information to Elm and Tatum to be able to really streamline what it is that we're doing here in Georgian Bay. What is really cool about this report is that it does put us in the marker for the district-wide initiatives. And we've always talked about making sure that Georgian Bay is in the mix when it comes to any type of large funding that comes down that covers all municipalities. Council may recall that initially we were not involved in this program. It was at the will of our CAO at the time to not be involved, and we have since changed our minds. So we had a little bit of backpedaling to do, but we were able to get the information to Alan quite quickly, because we were already kind of working on a study of our own. What's exciting about this for sure is the fleet, and it really provides us with a secondary document to be able to report to grant providers, especially through FCM, and say this is a priority not only for the municipality, but it's a priority for the district-wide initiative. So when we see some download funding from the district, it'll be very relevant that we've got this report complete and we're ready to go. So now we're kind of, you know, shooting with two guns on this one, and we've seen applications already go in for the Baxter Ward Community Center. We're waiting for applications for the Honey Harbor Fire Hall, and we're going forward as quickly as we can, noting that with respect to fleet, some of the capacities, the range, and the towing options are allowing us to even consider this for some of our other small to light vehicles. So thankful to be a part of this project. Thank you, Tatum. Also for the golf tournament, for the Honeybee Festival sponsorship, of course, but also to be able to work with you on this project.
Thank you, Ms. Schneider. You actually answered the question that I was saving up. So with that, we'll go to Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Oh, there we go. I just wanted to ask some questions, sort of looking at our township from 10,000 feet versus 50 feet. I'd like to know from Tatham your evaluation of our municipality, because to me, it's a municipality that's primarily rural with very little building. Huge, some of the most phenomenal wetlands, which contribute to a positive, not a negative zero or whatever, net zero. We have a huge amount of forest, crown lands, water, and I'm sort of perplexed by a focus on something like this when we have so few buildings. We have 5,500 or so households, houses, residences, and maybe somewhere between 100 and 200 businesses in our area, which might cover less than 1% of our land area. So how do we get to net zero? Are you talking about net zero of just these buildings for the municipality? Because I'd say we're probably net positive by 30, I don't know, 30 points or something, not under the desired net zero. So can you comment on why a rural municipality would pay any attention to this? I'm failing to understand that. I guess my expression, I'm from Missouri on this one. Thank you.
Of course, thank you for your question. This plan is basically the corporate plan, and it doesn't include the community GHG emissions or GHG offsets through the community. So we are trying to reduce as much as we can, even like if our corporate facilities and corporate fleet can generate some emissions and we can reduce those to net zero. In a general context, it will help our community, even though like your community, as you mentioned, it has a lot of opportunities to reduce the GHG emissions because of the nature that your community has. But the focus of this plan was for the corporate assets and to reduce the emissions, whatever fuel we're burning, whatever in our buildings or in our fleet, to reduce that to net zero. That help in general, like for the whole community anyway, even though that your community has this opportunity to contribute like better in GHG reductions compared to other communities.
Follow up, Mayor?
Go ahead, please.
Well, I'm not sure that I actually got an answer to that question I asked. I think you're once again sort of focusing on the buildings, and I'm just back to 10,000 feet. I'd like it to understand how we are anything but making a huge contribution because of our land mass is mostly non-developed. And so if we compared ourselves to the city of Toronto, sure, I get it. It's all developed. We're not, and hopefully won't be in the future. So we're actually in a very, I would think, positive versus negative position. Maybe a couple of our buildings could be more efficient. I get that, but not convinced that given how positive we are, but you can't demonstrate how positive we are is really, I don't think I heard anything about that from you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Predko, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. Just a quick question of clarity from Ms. Schneier, and just to elaborate, expand on the comments she made about the FCM report that we've received and the application for the Baxter Ward Community Center, etc. The report this morning has costs of around $2 million, and for the 2030 portion of the plan for facilities. And would your expectation be that through the different grant opportunities, that number would be in hundreds of thousands of dollars for us in reality versus the $2 million? And I'm just wondering what your thoughts are on that.
Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. We just recently put an application in for the Baxter Ward Community Center at 80% funding. So it was give or take $1.1 million for funding for that, for infrastructure that had to be replaced anyways. And so this application is a cost savings for us to be able to look at more efficient plans. At the time of the application, this report wasn't forward. I'm not sure it would have changed our application much because we actually provided the data for this information, for this report with respect to buildings. But having a background application report like that, that we did through FCM, could potentially save the municipality 80% of what we had to pay anyways with respect to that one building. I know that Tatum said that it would be about $2 million for us to be able to reach our goal of 2030. I'm going to levy back to our original reports that we have from FCM and say the number is probably a little bit closer to 5 million. And we are only going to be applying for applications that are fiscally responsible for us, in that things needed to be done anyways. And I know that the administration building, for example, here is a priority for the heat pumps on the roof, as well as, of course, always looking at the arena for options there.
And then as a follow-up, Chair,
Please go ahead.
the other part of this report that I don't think the FCM report touched on at all is the fleet portion, and the report today has approximately, I think, another $2 million to make our fleet more efficient and reducing greenhouse gases. Are you aware of any grant programs that would cover fleets, or how would we try to justify this when we're going forward?
Commissioner.
Thank you, Your Worship. The FCM right now has an application open through the ZEV program. We have already got one electric vehicle, and we are queued up to apply for a vehicle in 2025 as well. The light to medium sized trucks and vehicles are a little bit trickier because we don't want to just wholesale our fleet when we don't need to. So we would do it in a manner when things are going to be replaced. So in 2025, we do hope to have another one. When you look at things like towing capacity, as I mentioned this before, sometimes there's restrictions on what some buildings are, what some departments like the building department are able to use an EV for if they have to tow a boat. So we're seeing some big improvements in that area. So this report, you're right, Councillor Predko, is extremely important for us. It's good background data to be able to support any of our applications for vehicles. Now, we've tapped the absolute top of where we can be for infrastructure for electric vehicle charging stations. As you know, we have 2 coming in Mactier, and we've tapped out here in Port Severn. So we're not as active on that as we will be in the future.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Bochek, please.
Thank you, and through your chair, I just have a couple questions of clarity. We talk about net zero, and the goal is to get to net zero, and by 2030, we're hoping to make great advances. So is the net zero based on our buildings and our assets, or is it based on the township's footprint, net carbon footprint?
I can explain.
Please go ahead.
The net zero is with respect to the township's corporate assets, including buildings, fleet, and streetlights, the whole corporate emissions. But it does not include the community emissions.
To supplement to that, if within the township we had a huge steel manufacturer, so none of what we do would have any implications on governing that that private polluting identity, I guess is what we could put it at. So we're only interested in our township buildings and our township vehicles, and everybody else can do whatever else they want to.
This report focuses on the corporate assets. However, the District of Muskoka has completed a community-based GHG reduction targets, and I believe that that can be used as a community guidance for the larger polluters as well.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Just a couple of comments from my end. Yeah, I fully understand that the report in front of us is strictly what the township itself, its assets, and making it responsible. I think for many of the, I'll call it private residents and private businesses, a lot of it is strictly, I'll call it encouragement. We don't have any authority to tell them to do things one way or another. But of course, there are a lot of programs and encouragement that they're going to get otherwise. Who knows what form of carbon tax we may have in the next decade or two? Which government will be applying it and in what way? But I think we as a township have to take responsibility for our assets that we own. I greatly appreciate that the township as a whole may be a carbon sink given all its wetlands and forest and all that. But I don't think that takes away from our responsibility to nonetheless reduce our carbon footprint. Because I'd also like to point out that 85 odd % of our residents are seasonal. That means many of them come from urban residences elsewhere in the province or the world for that matter. And they'll be more greatly challenged to be carbon neutral overall, given their urban footprint and their commuting footprint. So I think we shouldn't use that as an excuse not to do anything. I think that would be, I don't think most of our residents want us to do nothing on this. Ms. Schneier.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think what's important to remember is I would love to have the answer for Councillor Cooper as to how the Township of Georgian Bay versus the other 5 area municipalities weigh out in terms of our carbon positive versus our carbon negative. Absolutely, I would love to do that. I don't know of a calculation that's out there, Councillor Cooper, but maybe you and I should go ahead and invent one, because we can definitely probably win that hands down. However, when we look at the taxpayers and what they are spending on right now, we have to be fiscally responsible by looking at where we spend our money. And right now, these reports are showing that we are very inefficiently spending our money on facilities through the tax base that could become more efficient as we become fiscally responsible for making changes with respect to their operation and the way that they're housed and their installation, et cetera, et cetera.
All right, it wasn't my intention to start another round of conversation on all this, but so Councillor Jarvis, if you want to make a remark, let's be brief, please.
I will try and be very brief. Past conversations, I think going back to the past term, the Honey Harbor Fire Hall I thought was up for possible rebuild. Are we not just putting lipstick on a pig by putting solar panels on that roof? And should we not be looking at totally rebuilding that facility?
I'm going to answer that and save everybody else in that one of the comments that have been made repeatedly is that we are going to upgrade to more carbon neutral services as upgrades are required. In other words, it could be that we don't do anything to the Honey Harbor building until it's replaced, depending upon when we decide to replace it.
Yeah, well, that would be my thinking as well. Okay, that's fine. Thank you.
All right. With that, I'm going to say to everyone, thank you very much for the presentation, and we appreciate all this work. Well, it does to some degree feel a little bit like duplication of the work we did before. I'm glad that we were able to provide all our prior work to you to save some of this effort, minimize the duplication. But I think it's good that we have bows in our quivers. Isn't that the expression? For when we go out trying to get some money to help us with our retrofits, because we do know that many of our assets over the next handful of years will require equipment replacement, if not building replacement, because what we have is due in many cases. And so that's absolutely the best time to look at upgrading to equipment that will be more, I think important, the one graph you gave, more cost effective in the future decades, as opposed to what it is now, just because we know the price of carbon is going to go up one way or another. So again, thank you very much. Greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And council, I'm going to suggest we take a 10-minute break. Well, looking at my clock, let's make it 12 minutes and reconvene at 11 o'clock. Thank you very much. Is everybody gathering again? All right, can we, Ms. Way, can we roll again?
Yes, we can.
Then let's do it. Next on our agenda is a consent agenda in which we have 10 items. So I'll ask my usual question, anything that anyone would like to have pulled and or discussed or what have you before I try the overall motion. All right, I'm not seeing anything at the moment, so I'm going to say moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts the consent agenda of March 3rd, 2025 as circulated. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is carried. Thank you very much. All right. Prior notes, Clerk Way suggested there was no one in open forum.
There is still no one, Your Worship.
There's still no one. Then let's keep going to communications. And I note that last week, Councillor Jarvis was absent, so I think he's the right man to start it off. Sorry, last month. The right man to start off this month.
Yeah. Boy, have I got a lot to report. To be honest, other than keeping up with correspondence, I haven't got a lot to report. We've got some other board meetings coming up. The library, seg basement postponed. And of course, I was away for last council. Though I have read up on all the minutes, I tried to watch, just so everybody knows, I don't know if anybody's aware of this other than our clerk. I tried to watch the February council meeting recording, and due to a technical glitch, it was if somebody stuck a fisheye in the middle of the ceiling of this room and everybody was in a circle, and it was the most bizarre and distracting video I have ever watched in my entire life. And I just could not. So I had to get my information from the minutes. I could not do it from the video. It was absolutely bizarre, and I hope we can avoid having that type of incident occur again with our recording.
Ms. Way, I saw a head nod. Can you comment on that for the benefit of those of us who haven't tried to watch that video?
There's various settings when streaming to YouTube. And despite being able to turn them off, sometimes they work even though the system says it's off. But once you start streaming, you can't change it, you can't stop it. So we were stuck with what I like to call the fish's point of view, fisheye view. It's not the technical name, but that's just what it looks like.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that that's what happened last time. The system said it was off, but it still streamed that way. So technology is fun.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Councillor Redgo, followed by Councillor Bocek next, please.
Sure, and thank you, and through you, Your Worship. It was a quieter month last month, and I think that had to do with the weather and the snowstorm that kind of rolled through the middle of the month and canceled a couple of meetings. Mainly the conversations last week or last month were to do with garbage waste management, solid waste management. At this point, I know we had Chair Lehman in earlier, and there were questions about the Go Home Lake situation and the bins. And right now, the Go Home Lake Cottage Association is in communications with Commissioner Steele, and they are having different conversations of clarification and asking, about different areas of direction. So I've been monitoring that, but have not been engaging in that conversation at this point because they are just getting up to speed on much of what we've talked about over the last 2 years. And essentially, other than that, the special meetings we've had, that has been my last month for council activity. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Wojcik, please. Followed by
Thank you.
Councillor Graziano.
And through you, Mr. Mayor, a little bit different this month. I'm going to go through some of the things I do up at district and then here in the township. So I sit on the Health Services Committee up there, and we discussed recruitment and retainment of staff and some of the funding policies that relate to that. The rest of what we talked to at Health Services don't really pertain to the township of Georgian Bay, but working on a memorial gardens for the Pines retirement home and lots of single sourcing going on up there, just basically because nobody is available to be even quote on things. So a lot of things are specific and being single sourced. At council, obviously working on waste management, we did pass a waste management bylaw, which dealt with fines and things like that. Nothing really to do with our waste here in the township of Georgian Bay. And worked on speed limits. A lot of different roads within our township have wrong speed limits on them. So there was a suggestion we change quite a bit of them due to the upgrade in a lot of our township. Locally, one of the funnest things I did this month, I went to the Lions Club and supported them with their Yuck Yucks party, I guess we'll call it, in Victoria Harbor. It was a great fundraiser and a lot of fun. I think it's the first time I've been to one of those without drinking. It was interesting. Been working with Councillor Pretko a couple of times through the month about what's going on up at the district and getting him in touch with some different staff people up there. Very interesting enough, I was called a couple of times to the Oak Bay community to speak with constituents about ongoing concerns that they have with the build out of the development. And I also met with some owners of the Tickner subdivision properties, and I basically let them know that everything to do with that is in closed session and that I couldn't comment on it. But they're very concerned about the direction that the district and the township is taking to get them to a point where they can build in the Tickner subdivision. I think that's it. Hold on a second. Oh, one thing I wanted to add is there's a group of us here in Port Severn that do test holes on Georgian Bay, just for the safety for ice fishermen and snowmobilers. And I can tell my constituents and people that ice on Georgian Bay is not safe. Just, there's so many spots where there's 1 or 2 inches or just snow covering. Be very, very careful, but I would recommend that you stay on shore at this time of the year. Thank you. And it's supposed to warm up too.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Graziano, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. Relatively quiet February / early March. I attended the Muskoka Housing Task Force meeting subsequent to our, excuse me, our February council meeting, and of course absorbed all things housing. Further, I addressed numerous constituent concerns with regards to both Oak Bay as well as 6 Mile Lake and some issues that are arising and coming before council. Attended my normal association meetings, my monthly association meetings, along with a all associations golf tournament coordination meeting as well. But aside from that, locally, I had the opportunity to run the ice on Georgian Bay this past weekend. Had I connected with Councillor Wojcik, perhaps he would have advised me against it, but I did shoot across to Midland and had a great time out on the trails. There are some great trails in our community, and they're full of snow. So for all those snowmobilers out there, aside from staying off the ice or being cautious when on the ice, go enjoy the trails. It's great. I also had the opportunity to pop in by the Coopers, but they were not home, unfortunately. So with that said, that concludes my month. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper.
Thank you, Mayor. And just a few little things to report. I didn't make it to Yuck Yucks, but I've had a few Yuck Yucks this last month, including watching, Committee of Adjustment I watch every month, and it's always interesting. And I'm hoping that we'll develop some methodology for some learnings from our decisions at the Committee of Adjustment. That may come up at a meeting tomorrow. I attended not only our council meetings, of course, in February, but we had quite a few other meetings, which I won't go through, but some of them were closed session meetings, etc. Discussions around things like waste management, a lot of conversations with the community about community members and businesses in the area about waste management. And I will remind us, all of the council and our community once again, that we had at least in Honey Harbor at the marinas, a collection system that lasted for decades and successfully lasted for decades. And we need to remind ourselves of that. And it's not because I want to look back. I want to remind us what works. And it can work again if we are able to make sure that our marinas can provide a service that's under their auspices, and as far as I understand, that can happen, not under MOECP, not under the direction of the township, but they can independently do that. We already have some marinas actually doing collection presently, so that's an important thing for at least 40 or 50% of our community members need that kind of service that's been at our marinas for years. What else? I think that's pretty much it. A lot of, district meetings as well, and some travel up that way, sometimes not, because some of the meetings were actually by Zoom. One, I'm really glad that it was by Zoom. It lasted an hour and 5 minutes. My drive back and forth is 4 hours. So it gives you an idea what fun that can be, in a snowstorm especially. So not that I'm complaining, am I? And I think that's about it. I think we're hopefully going to get somewhere. We also had a meeting with our sort of a working group, waterfront planning policy. It's called Waterfront Planning Policy Working Group on the 20th, and I think that was productive. And we're hoping to be able to come forward with some information to our planning department in due course. But still want to work through a lot of that, but there's my report, and thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I think with the past month has been kind of interesting. One of the things that I did outside, I'll call it the norm, was have it, but it may become the new norm, is have joint OPP board, detachment board meetings. They're finally coming to fruition. Interestingly enough, our township is part of 2 detachments. So we have 2 OPP detachment boards that we have to attend, unlike 99% of the municipalities in this province. So go figure why we get that special privilege, but there you go. Also, reference was made by Councillor Bocek to the Yuck Yucks evening. I was there as well. I applaud the Lions Club and all they do for our area, but also the fun they have with the fundraising that allows them to do some of that work. Also enjoyed, I was going to say a week's holiday, but 2 of those days I was doing my district meetings of that week. That there's a real advantage, as Councillor Cooper is saying, to being able to do remote meetings. And I'm, again, very appreciative that I'm able to attend this meeting remotely, given my health circumstances. versus not attending at all. So I'm very glad that we have this option for all of us to be able to attend meetings remotely when versus not being able to attend them. So I think that's very good. We also happen to have an election last week, and not that that's you'd think terribly relevant to our township, but it is in that because of the election, there was for 6 weeks or so, we could not approach the province on various matters. And now we can start doing that again. So, and which includes solid waste. And so I think that that's it's important that the pause is over, and now we have to get back into action on some of those matters with the province. I think that's enough from me for now. So thank you very much. And I'm going to turn it over to our CAO if he has anything he'd like to say on the past month.
Thank you, Mayor Coutier, and good morning, Council. I just want to start off, excuse me, just want to start off by saying give a big shout out to the Public Works Department, because this winter has been tremendous. The Public Works staff have been working, over 60 hours per week, pretty much every week over the last several months. And earlier this month, we had to declare another significant weather event together with our Muskoka colleagues. We were fortunate enough to exit from that after a weekend. Some of our other lower tiers were still in a significant weather event until the end of last week still. So they've done a tremendous job. It's having a huge impact on staff in terms of trying to get some rest. But I'm sure, or thankfully, the weather is changing now. We had a bit of a respite. To a certain degree, because instead of plowing the roads now, they're removing snow. So it's this winter has been pretty tough. So again, great job from the Public Works staff. And Council is aware that we have filled the position for the Director of Operations. So that individual will be starting with us later on this month. So kudos to Amy really for helping us complete this task in record time. And the other departments have been similarly busy as well. I mean, sorry, just going back to Amy, she's been really busy with 4 planned full-time positions as well as 5 seasonal positions. So she's been running around pretty busy as well, trying to fill 9 positions very quickly. We also have our 3rd annual employee engagement survey that has just been completed. So we look forward to reviewing that data sometime soon. From a finance perspective, we've all received our tax bills, and we're currently going through our final audit for 2024. So the finance department is very busy there as well. And planning, as you know, Mr. Whitlib and his team has been very busy on several large files, as well as ongoing review of the zoning bylaw and the OP process. And last but not least, with all this heavy snowfall that we've had, unfortunately, we've had some structural failures. So both fire as well as building has been involved in investigating and making safe several buildings that have succumbed, unfortunately, to the heavy snow load effect. So that concludes staff's update.
Well, thank you very much for that. On to staff reports. And Ms. Way, you want to talk about elections?
I do, yes. So 2026, specifically October 26th of 2026, marks the next municipal election. The spring of the year before is when RFPs go out generally for election vendors. A bylaw does need to be passed if we have an alternative voting method. Anything that isn't just straight paper ballots and hand counting is deemed to be an alternative voting method. Again, I'm proposing that we have electronic voting via internet and telephone. That allows us to vote anywhere, anytime during the voting period, approximately 7 to 10 days, time frame yet to be determined. So I'm asking again that we can have this for the 3rd time in a row, and that we can pass the bylaw today to that effect.
No. Oh, Did I see you, Counselor Bochek, your hand up or down or?
Sorry, it was up.
Okay, then go Counselor Bochek, followed by Counselor Graziano, please.
Thank you, and through you, Chair. My main concern is security, and I, you know, in reading the report, I seen there was a couple different methods, being an online or a call-in, and my concerns would be that perhaps somebody online or calling in could be calling in for a number of their neighbors and everything else. And I also understand that you're procuring a company who will supervise this and make sure that these things are in order. Have we been given any guarantees, or do we know anything about another municipality that ran into trouble with this particular format?
Not from a security issue or a breach of the system being attacked or penetrated by any means. That's the phrasing used. I have witnessed a circumstance where an individual did take someone else's ballots and did cast a vote on behalf of someone else. But through the election process, it tracks IP addresses as well. And they were not thrilled when the police showed up at their door to question them on election fraud.
So through your research, you're very comfortable that if we did make changes to the electoral process, that staff would be comfortable with it as well?
Yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor Graziano.
Thank you, Worship. Similar to Councillor Bochek's, I've got some concerns with regards to security. There was a circumstance in which I was having a conversation, excuse me, with a constituent, and they had advised me that they received 4 different ballots for family members that were, I guess, registered in the same home, but had subsequently moved out of the municipality and are in different municipalities, and they received the ballots. And the question was posed, who's to say that I couldn't just vote 4 or 5 times? This is a concern, and I understand that IP addresses tracked, but if IP addresses are tracked and these are family members that are no longer living in our municipality, but are still registered as voters, I'm assuming that it would not flag the police or the OPP. I could understand if it was John Doe from 2 doors down, and a justification, perhaps John Doe doesn't have a computer, is too old to, know how to use one. Excuse me, but in circumstances like this, I'm quite concerned, and I'm wondering whether there is a way for us to clean this up. The other issue is that I think from what I read of the report, and perhaps I may have missed its true intent, but what I got out of the report was that in allowing for internet and telephone voting, we would be offering more flexible ways in which to vote, and therefore hopefully maintain a strong voting turnout. But the data shows otherwise, because in 2018, internet and telephone voting was allowed, and it showed a 38% participation rate, whereas in 2022 is only a 17% participation rate, albeit in 2022, 6 of the 7 were acclaimed, and I think I was the only one that costed, that was the only one that ran, myself and my running mate. And it's great to see that Ward 3 had a 36.97% turnout, but the concern is that really is the convenience of being able to do it over the internet and telephone really driving participation rates, or should we be doing something more effectively to communicate, and address misconceptions? There are misconceptions out there that you can't vote in 2 different municipalities when in fact you can. It's not like provincial or federal elections where you can only vote once. You can vote in as many municipalities as you own property in. And so are we not doing an effective job with respect to communication and getting the word out there that is possibly addressing misconceptions? So I guess to come back full circle, my questions to staff are: 1, how do we clean this up to ensure that we don't have the situation where there's additional voters registered to a household when they're no longer there? And can we? 2, are we really, is the convenience really driving voter turnout? Or are we seeing a strong decline based on the numbers here? Because again, I'm seeing us averaging 2010, 2014, and 2018 pretty high, but then 2022, we just drop right off, even with the internet and telephone. So over to staff. Thank you.
Your Worship. I'm going to address the voter turnout first. That's the easiest one. The other two are kind of connected. This 17.2% is a direct correlation to the fact that there was only one ward race last year and a couple of school board district races. Municipalities don't see high voter turnout short of a mayoral race. That's something that there's a direct correlation between voter turnout and if there's a mayoral race or not. So even if each ward had its own councillor to be elected, but there's no mayoral race, the voter turnout will be generally lower than if there was a mayoral race. Similarly, if there was a race in every ward, so they're coming in to vote for 3 people, the mayor, their district councillor, and their councillor, that again will drive voter turnout. The percentages we have between like 38 to 44% between like 2018 and 2010 are actually significantly high for municipal voter turnout. As sad as that may seem, statistically municipal elections have lower voter turnout compared to federal and then and provincial elections, federal elections having the highest voter turnout. I think, I could be wrong, but I think it's only somewhere like 47% voter turnout for the provincial election last week. So again, having a 44% turnout is actually very, very high. 38% is still considered good for municipal elections, and the 17.2 is a direct reflection of the fact that we only had one ward councillor race last year, or last election, not last year. The voters, the reporting to police, you said, how would the police know? The police find out if the clerk reports it to the police. So it is staff's responsibility and the returning officer's responsibility to do their due diligence to check and flag the system for anything that may be a variable that isn't consistent with regular voting practices. So that's how that they get notified. It's not for the police to find out. They don't have access to our system. That would be a breach of our security. So if there was a situation where we knew that someone had moved and then we can see, oh, but they did vote and we know they're no longer here, then we would take that evidence and bring it to the police to report. As for the voters list, previously the Municipal Property Assessment Corporation was responsible for enumeration in the province of Ontario. And after decades of clerks petitioning the province, they have finally listened. And we now have the Ontario elections voter list for our preliminary list of electors, and we have access to the federal information. So before MPAC would take information, if you want to think about how often you updated MPAC when you moved or didn't move, if you are not the property owner, you're not flagged through MPAC on whether someone does or does not live there, which is often how we ended up with adult children still on a property and ending up with those extra voters cards. However, this time we have access to the same information that your driver's license and your health card. We don't necessarily have that information, but it's pulled from the same database. So this year we're expecting the database to be much more accurate when it comes to the voters list.
A subsequent follow-up, if I may, Your Worship.
Go ahead.
Thank you. And Madam Clerk, I appreciate the understanding. So it sounds to me like we will be clearing up the voting list somewhat, but we still do have a rule that allows for 6 weeks or more cumulatively within the year to be a registered voter. Are we intending on removing that rule now that we have the more accurate list? Because my understanding is that it is a policy of Georgian Bay Township to allow those that have or stay within our municipality for 6 weeks or longer to register as a voter. And if I may, Madam Clerk, what's the rationale behind that? This policy predates my term of council, and unfortunately, I wasn't present to witness the deliberations. Do we know or understand what the rationale is behind this? Is it just strictly for kids that come up to Georgian Bay and allowing them to vote?
It's not a municipal policy. It's part of the Municipal Elections Act that allows, it's so that way if someone has recently moved, the intention is if someone has recently moved to an area, they need to be there for a minimum of 6 weeks. So you can't say you move there the week of the election vote and then leave and say, oh, I no longer live here. You need to be there for a minimum of 6 weeks. That's the intention of the law and the provincial legislation. That's not necessarily how it's can be utilized in communities such as ours that have seasonal population. So that's cottagers use it here, like and adult children use it here in Muskoka. The Kawartha area also has a similar issue with the voters list, with people using that 6-week rule beyond the way it's intended, but it's the way it's written in the legislation.
Thank you.
Councillor Pecco, please.
Thank you, and through you, your worship, to the clerk. Just a quick clarification. Obviously, I mean, maybe it's not obvious, that prior to 2018, council also passed bylaws for alternative voting for mail-in. So this isn't new to us. It's strictly that it's the telephone and internet voting.
Correct. So in 2018 and 2022, we also did internet and telephone voting. Prior to that, there was tabulators used to calculate the votes, so that's also deemed to be alternative voting, and mail-in is an alternative voting. So anything that isn't someone showing up, marking an X on a piece of paper, and it being hand counted at the end of the close of elections is considered alternative voting.
Okay, and I guess as well in those previous elections, the concerns about the accuracy of the voter list was also an issue as well. So these aren't specific to internet voting or telephone voting, and I'm wondering if maybe I could ask for a friendly amendment to the resolution to add a clause that says that the clerk or the staff will bring a report to council providing clarity on the effective the voters list and how accurate it is, and the steps being taken to make sure it's accurate for 2026. And I think that might help for alleviating some concerns with the non-in-person voting methods.
Certainly. If I may the voters list has always been an issue for every clerk, for every municipality. It's not unique to us, and it's something that we've definitely always fought for. I've seen the preliminary list database that the province has made. It has not been available to us for the last several weeks because they were also using it at that time frame, so it shuts down municipal access during the provincial access. But so far what we have seen, it's much more accurate than perhaps. But I'm okay to bring a report forward.
Not in any timeline, but before the election.
Yeah, before the election.
All right, thank you. So I'm sorry, but I couldn't pick up a couple of bits of what you were saying, Clerk Way. But are we considering an amendment or not? Or just simply direction on commenting on the voters list?
The ask by Councillor Pecco was for a friendly amendment. He's technically the seconder on that motion at the moment, and Councillor Cooper is the mover. I'm okay to have it added, if that's.
I take Councillor Cooper's direction.
Is somebody speaking at this point?
No, I'm just
okay.
Checking. Sorry.
I just want to make a couple of general. I have actually one question about this. The requirement to have this particular motion, is that based on provincial regulation that says anything that isn't as old-fashioned as paper and has to be? So we're waiting someday for the province to catch up to technology that most people are using?
That is correct.
Okay. Because it seems to me like this is a very routine ask that you want to be, you're basically asking for status quo again.
That's correct. And I also feel that the seasonal population, you know, the election is after Thanksgiving. So we don't have a lot of our residents here at this point in time, and they would have to drive here to vote if we
So
didn't.
I personally, in my opinion, given the nature of our residents, I think having internet and telephone options are extremely important. And though I do accept the fact that, you know, close to 2/3 of our residents don't care regardless, I still think it's very important that we give them the option. You know, we'll see how many of our 7 seats, how many will be contested. And we'll know that in a year and a half's time. But until that time, I think it makes perfect sense to be set up for a voting system that allows remote voting. If there's going to be a friendly amendment, I'd like to hear it before I call the vote.
So I have added another line that says, and that the clerk be directed to bring back a report on the data utilized for the preliminary list of electors.
All right.
Action.
So I guess I should ask who's in favor of the friendly, all those in favor of the friendly amendment? And I got lots of hands, so I am going to say add the friendly amendment. And so then we'll have moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved that council authorizes the use of internet and telephone voting for the 2026 municipal and school board elections, and that the bylaw to authorize the use of an alternative voting methods be brought forward, and that the clerk be authorized to select vendors for the provision of internet and telephone voting services for the 2026 municipal and school board elections, and that the mayor and clerk be provided delegated authority to execute any agreements necessary for an internet and telephone voting system for the 2026 municipal and school board elections, and that, can you read the amendment, please?
The clerk be directed to bring back a report on the data utilized for the preliminary list of elections prior to the 2026 municipal elections.
Thank you. All those in favor? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm 6. That's carried. Thank you very much. All right. Now, if I understand it correctly, our 24 septic reinspection program that we won't be able to have that until sometime after 12. Is that correct?
That is correct. Mr. Avery isn't available until 12 noon.
So why don't we go to our bylaws section then, and we'll get back to item 10B afterwards.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not aware of new business items at this point. Okay. So we have 3 bylaws, and the first one is moved by Councillor Graziano, second by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-021 on election signs. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then we have moved by Councillor Predko, second by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-022 election signs amps amendment. All those in favor? All right, I got enough hands to say that is carried. And then we have moved by Councillor Bocheck, seconded by Councillor Jarvis. Be it resolved that Council enact bylaw 2025-023 for alternative voting method. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. I'm going to propose that we take an early lunch break and maybe reconvene at 12:30. And at 12:30, discuss the septic reinspection program, and at 1 o'clock go into closed. All right. So I'm calling a lunch break until 12:30, please. Thank you very much. Ms. Way, how close are we to assembling everyone?
We have 3 around the table and you make 4.
So
I don't
Councillors Jarvis and
um,
Graziano,
oh,
there's Councillor Graziano, and we presume Councillor Jarvis will join us shortly.
yes, he will be here in a minute.
Oh, he's in person, isn't he? Or no?
Yes, he is. He's just not
Okay.
in the room.
Okay, he is and he is not present.
Sorry, Your Worship, there's some side dialogue happening in the room at the moment, but we are ready to begin if you are.
Not surprised. And I see that we have Mr. Avery, so clearly he's available. All right, Mr. Avery, I believe you are prepared to give us an update on, or the 2024 Septic Reinspection Program Year-End Report. Over to you, sir.
That is correct. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just going to share my screen. Bear with me a second. Okay, I will get started. So again, 2024 Septic Reinspection Program Year-End Report. So this is for last summer's program. I'm just going to provide a bit of an update and a bit of a slideshow to go over some of the findings and analytics of last year's program. So to start, last year, as every year for the Septic Reinspection Program, we analyzed data and picked locations within the township where we were going to complete septic re-inspections. A part of that process this year, we actually leveraged quite a bit of new data, which was nice and allowed us to explore different types of areas that I'll go into in more detail. But just to touch, data was pulled from MPACT, and then our septic records from the Ministry of Environment, and the GeoHub, the District of Muskoka's GeoHub. In terms of overall, we digitized a lot of records. If you can recall, and in the report, it speaks to a report that was done at the end of last year regarding digitization of the Ministry of Environment septic records. So pre-township of Georgian Bay becoming the authority having jurisdiction over septics, the Ministry of Environment was that jurisdiction, and the records that pertain to septics when they were installed during that time were all hard copies. So what we did is we retained some staff to come in and analyze essentially over 4,723 property files. So that's individual roll files. And they took that data, being the Ministry of Environment use permit, and they were digitized. So they were scanned from the hard copy into a digitized record. So basically, just some quick numbers. Like I said, over 4,000 property files were processed. 1,400 Ministry of Environment records were scanned, giving us a total of about 2,500 MOE records that now are digitized in the township's records management. And just a quick note, this has been a huge reduction in staff's time when we're doing everything from not just septics, but from a property building permit review to understanding property dynamics for a number of different things. So it's significantly reduced staff's time, which is proven to be obviously beneficial. So just a quick recap, last year's report obviously went into detail. There were some new members on council here that's never seen a maintenance program before, but we have mandatory inspections to do under the septic reinspection, and then there's discretionary that the building code allows, or should I say provides us the authority to do discretionary inspections. So that's just kind of the difference between a mandatory and discretionary. Again, the mandatories are around municipal drinking water supplies, so the specifically within Port Severn that was done last year, and then I'll go into a little bit more detail, but the Rope subdivision in Tay Township breaches into our township boundaries, so there's a handful of inspections that need to get done that are mandatory. So into some of the analytics, this year 427 properties received letters in the spring, and out of that 419 inspections were completed in 2024. So staff did 419 inspections. To break that down, there was 24 mandatory ones, so that was the Rope subdivision that I just mentioned, and then the discretionary was 334, and then new this year, we looked at developed properties that didn't have any records, period. So there was a lot of analytics ran around, call it information that we didn't have. We did also look into some hotspot areas as a result of some water quality studies that emerged throughout the summertime by Dr. Pat Chow-Fraser, and in particular 6 Mile Channel and Whites Falls. So that top end of Gloucester Pool was indicated as a hotspot area. So there was 40 inspections done in 6 Mile Channel and another 30 of all the properties in the Whites Falls Bay. You can see both of those areas, there was 0 issues that were found as a result of that indicated hotspot area. Getting into some overall issue numbers. So out of the 427 inspections that were completed, there was 27 issues found. Out of that, 3 failing systems. So included in that number of 27 issues, that could be anything from minor lack of maintenance to a failing system. So there's a lot of different variety of issues that were found. 31 letters were sent out. So you'll see the difference between letters sent out and issues found. Sometimes letters were sent out for very minor things like, not trimming your bed area and so on, that weren't included into the overall issue. 3 orders were placed, and then 2 dye tests were completed. And then you can see issues that have not been resolved as 19. So that's a lot of time when we're doing inspections in September, October. People have closed their cottage up, and we aren't able to get compliance that year because they've locked the doors and they're not going to be there until the spring. So out of those 19, I just want to clarify the failing systems and some of the more higher end issues were resolved. Those 19 are, I should say, mainly, overgrown bed areas and cracked pipes and so on that will get fixed in the spring. So like every year, most common issues we see is lack of maintenance, overgrown beds, broken or unmaintained pipes, exposed pump chambers, and so on. Just included some pictures of this year. This is all this year, or sorry, I should say last year's 2024's reinspection. So you can see some common examples of broken or exposed tanks or pump chambers, the duct tape fix. The building code does not allow for that, so that's something we're looking at. Unmaintained septic beds. So a lot of times, especially out on Georgian Bay, you see a lot of sumac overgrowth on beds, and that can change in the matter of a year or two. And a lot of people don't go back to the back end of their properties and look at septic systems every year, as they should, but a sumac can grow pretty quick. Unsafe failing tanks. So a lot of older tanks, some of the older metal ones that we've inspected over the past years, but obviously fast forwarding to current days, they've rusted out. Not approved hookups, so that's pumping gray water and sewage into the ground, broken pipes and so on. Again, dye tests, we completed 2 in 2024. So that's, again, if an inspector is on site and they do see signs of failure, one of the processes that can be taken is a dye test. It's a fluorescein dye that gets pumped into the into the septic tank area, that then gets either pumped or gravity fed out into a leaching bed or filter bed. And if there's signs of failure in that bed, it's pretty visible to see. Those 2 dye tests were completed. There wasn't any issues that were resulted in that dye test. I wanted to point out an interesting photo here on the right was a property that a dye test was completed on. It's very tricky out on the bay when we're looking at septics, especially some island properties with very rocky outcrops. We were on site of this property and a dye test was completed, obviously because of the runoff that was near the filter bed area. You can see the kind of the tinge there. When you're looking at failing septic systems, a lot of time with a typical effluent outbreak, you're seeing like a sheen or an oily based material on the ground, and a lot of times that can be mistaken for iron or mineral deposits that are also coming out of the ground. So it's very tricky for us to decipher between the two, and that's where a dye test is obviously a helpful tool. So you can see the one on the left was also a mineral output as well. There was no dye that was coming into that. Just go over some quick mapping. You all have the report, so you can look at the mapping a little bit more in detail, but we use the Muskoka GeoHub mapping this year. So Port Severn, Rope Subdivision, so working from the south end of Georgian Bay all the way to the top. Macy Bay, Honey Harbor. Look at the diagram. You're looking at roles for reinspection, which are in red. So those are the discretionary roles that were pinpointed in this past year's inspections. And then the green properties are the developed properties without any records. So that's information from the District of Muskoka and Impact on a property that's classified as developed, that is not showing any records, and records being either a Ministry of Environment use permit or a Township of Georgian Bay septic permit. So hypothetically speaking, most of these properties either show developed and they don't have a septic system, or they show developed and there is a septic system that was installed prior to both the Ministry of Environment and the Township having jurisdiction. So moving up the bay, Corey, Roberts Island, South Bay and Honey Harbor, Cognasheen, Weber Island, Bone Island. So that's basically, we made it up to the top end of Cognasheen Lake and into Cognasheen. Next year's inspections will consist, being 2025 septic reinspection, will consist of the 93 inspections that weren't completed this past year and 257 properties that are developed with no records. So next year's, we'll just be moving up the bay north to 12 Mile Bay. So in terms of the overall analytics, and I mentioned at the beginning, we took data from multiple different sources. This past year's inspections, as you could tell by the mapping, focused on waterfront properties on Georgian Bay. We looked at the records that indicated that there was a Ministry of Environment use permit, and we ruled out all of the permits from the Township of Georgian Bay. So hypothetically, we were looking at older septic systems that were installed during the ministry's jurisdiction. So a lot of these systems were older systems that had older development. Any sort of, newer, modern, bigger development wouldn't have seen a Ministry of Use permit, would still be in place for the most part. So that's kind of overall in last year's 2024. Looking at this year's, as mentioned, we're going to finish off the remainder of inspections that we didn't get done last year. Those inspections are at the north part of Georgian Bay. So this year, it may look like there's less numbers being completed in terms of the 93 plus the 257. But all these inspections are going to take place at the north end of Georgian Bay. So it's going to be very weather dependent, and it's going to be a lot of time by staff to get to these properties. To note that a lot of these properties haven't been done in a number of years since before COVID. So with that being said as well, we're probably going to end up finding an increased amount of issues. So with that being said, looking at the future of a septic reinspection program, myself and the Chief Building Official, Kaylee, are looking into the redesign of a septic program. I know a lot of conversations been had with a lot of members of council and the public and so on, but at this point, we're basically in the design stage. We're going to be coming to council in the coming months with in the coming year with a bit of an overview of different types of options that that can move forward for the redesign, but it's looking like something along the lines of a 5-year inspection cycle for all waterfront properties. We've been currently working with the District of Muskoka on additional information and data to look at the different numbers of properties that will need to be inspected and the tiered risk assessment of such properties depending on the age and so on. So overall, looking at a future of the septic reinspection program, we're going to be bringing, like I said, to reiterate, a report back. So I don't want to get into too much detail as right now because we don't have anything on paper, but we're in that process of gathering information to bring a report back to members of council. Yeah, so at that point, just again on the 2024, we did have a little bit of enhancement on public education. Basically, when we were out on site interacting with property owners, we were providing them with additional information. So in the past, we haven't really had much public information resources to hand out. So we tried something new this year, and it was a door hanger. As you know, the geographics of Georgian Bay, it's all waterfront properties that we were looking at, and it was a Monday to Friday inspection schedule. So the chances of someone, a property owner, being on site was slim in the spring. It was a little bit heavier in the July and August months, but long story short, we let the door hanger on the properties. It provided a little bit of information on the type of inspection that was done and a QR code that led them to our website where we had additional maintenance tips and tricks, water quality study information, and so on. There was quite a few questions on water quality and maintenance asks by the public. We did see a bunch of traffic driven to the website with that QR code, so it was a beneficial part of the program this year. Some updating again. I think I mentioned this back in last year's report, but we did update some of the website materials when it came to water quality monitoring and septic reinspection. So there's a redesigned website page now with tips and tricks and links and stuff to other resources that are available. I believe that is the end of my report. So we move to questions.
All right, thank you very much. At this point, I see Councillor Bocek, followed by Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, and through you, Mayor, just one question of clarity. Great report, by the way, very, very concise. Being a long-time resident here, I remember back in the early 80s, building permits, etc., were issued by the District of Muskoka, and inspections were done by the District of Muskoka. So my question is, in gathering your data, did you go to the district and find out what they had on file in the way of approvals and maybe things that were scheduled to be re-inspected through the district? Thank you.
Through the mayor, I'm not sure if you mean that septic reinspection of some sort might have been done through the district. They never were responsible for the actual issuance of permits. That would have been the Ministry of the Environment, as it was back known then. I know I've come across some previous records where there was some cottage association reinspection. Councillor Cooper might have more of an idea of it, but I'm not aware of the district ever doing septic reinspection because it's not anything that's been under their jurisdiction.
Sorry, to follow up. So if I understand correctly, all building permits were issued by the district, but the septic portion of that was the ministry?
Through the mayor, septic or building permits were always issued through this office from the time that we were.
But before we were a township?
Before we were township, I am not sure. But all the septic records I have seen have been issued through the ministry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Cooper, please.
Thank you, Mayor, and obviously the longest in the tooth, so I may be able to answer that question. So the township was established in 1970-71, and I think from that time on, as I understand it, including when I got a approval, was through MOECP, or I think it was called MOECP at that time, whatever. I'm pretty sure the building permits came through Bill Wilson at my time. So through through here. So that's more or less the answer. I think it's. I think if there was a problem, MOECP would have been brought in, but they often reviewed the applications in those days. At least, so mine would have been in the late 70s, and yeah, and I had some dealings with the MOECP, including pointing out to them that there were some septic systems where they put the weeping tiles right out on the rocks in front of the cottage and put a little rock border on it. It was quite stupid. Anyway, yeah, that's the kind of stuff that went on, but it's certainly much better. I do have some questions, though, if that's okay. So the stats that you gave us initially showed that you pulled files for 4,723 properties. Those would be potentially properties with a septic system. Is that correct?
Through the mayor, yes, that's correct. So the township has hard copy files of each property, so each parcel within the township, and we pulled those hard copy MOE use permits out of those hard copy files and digitized those, so that those 4,700 properties were analyzed.
But with a residence on them, because we have lots of properties.
That's correct. So no, it was every property, whether there's a building or not. At this point, the property file has nothing to do with how it's classified or whether how it's looked at from a development classification. Every property has a property file, assuming every property file was looked at to see if there was a use permit. Because at that point, when the records, and I wasn't here then, so correct me if I'm wrong, Kaylee, but when the records were provided to the township by the MECP or the Ministry of Environment, there was no digitized analytics of which property had files. It was just hard copies that were provided, correct?
Correct, in boxes. When we received the use permits from the MOE at the time, we were handed boxes of files. And so what was done back then at the time when we received them was that they were then put into each applicable property file that we have here on file. Doesn't mean that's a developed property.
So with that in mind, I'd just like to point out that as the stats that I've been able to get from GeoHub and Graham Good is that there are about 5,500 properties with a residence, which means there's another 3,000 or 4,000 without one, and would have a property number but nothing on them because they're natural state, they're open space, they're this or that, land trust properties. You go on and on and on.
But don't forget, we're only focusing on the waterfront properties. So that's also, those stats you're speaking of will also be inland properties as well.
I'm talking about all the properties.
Yeah.
But how many are there inland relative to, most of the properties are waterfront, and I think that statement was just made. So I just caution that there's probably more than this number. Yeah, I just would like to say that as part of our longer term goals is to, maybe capture everything. And part of the reason I've been speaking to the District of Muskoka about this subject, not just, inspections, but the whole issue of 75% of the properties in the District of Muskoka are on septic systems. Or if they're not on a septic system, that they're not on water and sewer. So that's a lot. And so in our case, it's probably more like 90%, not 75% of our properties are waterfront.
So just a bit more clarification. So the number Cody gave was actually the number of files we went through to actually look for those use permits, those records from the MOE. So when we gather our information on developed properties, we are using the services of Graham Good at the district to help us pull the amount of properties in each area that we're looking for, and then we go from there.
Fair enough. I'm
Yeah.
just pointing out that there may be some low-hanging fruit here or not, some fruit that we didn't find. That's all. And the other thing I've been talking to the District of Muskoka about and mentioned to you is that I think because water is so important to us in the township of Georgian Bay, many of us even drink the water. I may look like I drink it, but it doesn't hurt me actually. I think we want to keep it that way. So with that in mind, I'm hoping in the longer term that we can do some benchmarking in North America. I understand, for example, there are states like Wisconsin that have a pretty comprehensive septic inspection system, including where they use, I believe, sort of a camera that they could snake through and look at the header and things like that. And so I'm hoping in the longer run we can come up with a more rigid, shall we say, or challenge an inspection system that would be, challenging certain properties that we might not be able to do today just because of what technology we're using or the inspection systems. So I would ask you to maybe give some thought to that and what you, if anything, have learned elsewhere where there's sort of some best in class systems and benchmarking that we should pay attention to. So that's another thing I wanted to point out. I have a couple of other quick things. Kelly, did you? Okay. On your sheet here, it talked about hotspots, and it was in two parts. And one said there were 0 hotspots, and then down below it identified all sorts of issues. And I'm kind of confused by that. Can you explain that document to me?
Yep, through the mayor. So that was the numbers in the program highlights. I'm not sure if you're talking about the PowerPoint or the actual report.
Well, the PowerPoint you showed.
Yeah, so we indicated the hotspot areas. Out of those, this was the 6 Mile Channel and the Whites Falls. There was 40 in the 6 Mile Channel and 30 inspections done in the Whites Falls.
Right.
Out of those numbers, so the total 0 issues were found in all those inspections. So the overall issues is for all the inspections that were completed, not those hotspot areas. So hopefully that helps clarify.
So, okay, so that was all inspections. The top part of that page was there were no problems found at 6 Mile Channel and White's Falls.
Correct. Those two hotspot areas were indicated after letters went out and the program was defined in terms of where we were going for this past year. These
Right.
were just came up during the inspection program. So I think it was June around that time when it was indicated that these areas were seeing high levels, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, Kaylee, high levels of phosphorus in that area. And that's why we went out to do inspections in those bays to just make sure that there was no observed issues. So to clarify, those hotspot areas were done after the fact. The program numbers were done. And in those areas, the hotspot areas, there were 0 issues.
At that particular time.
Correct. When we were there.
After a very heavy rainfall, it might be a different story.
When we were on site, we're doing like a phase 1 type inspection where it's a visual inspection. We're
Right.
not digging out beds and cameraing headers and all that kind of stuff. We're just doing a visual on-site inspection. So at that time, there were 0 issues found on all those properties.
Okay, thank you for that. And I would encourage a more, you talked about header inspections just as I had, and I'm hoping that we can move forward in the future with that. And the other thing I would suggest that we have in our midst certain individuals like Tom Bain, who is very knowledgeable around this kind of thing. So might want to consult with him. I don't know whether you've met him or had any contact, but he's an engineer and he's spent 20, 30 years on septic systems. So I think worthy of maybe seeing what he has to say. Okay, thank you very much for your time. And what your report was quite comprehensive, and hopefully we can get the District of Muskoka to jump in and you know, do some more work themselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Jarvis, please.
Thank you, through the mayor. Actually, my comment is more of a request. I had a septic reinspection at my place before COVID. I'm not sure what the guidelines were for an inspection back then. My point being, it wouldn't be nice if we had, I presume there's a general checklist that the inspectors go through for just a normal reinspection. And is it possible to have that posted somewhere so we have access to it?
I'll take that one.
No, I would prefer.
Yeah, no, they're the mayor. Why we don't hand out letters or inspections once we have done them to homeowners when we don't see a problem is because number one, it's a visual inspection and it wasn't failing when we were there.
Right.
So we don't want people going, and then something happens, it fails, we come back and then they say, oh, here, you gave us a piece of paper that said it was fine. So there's a big kind of question as to what that paper would be for, like would be used for if we left something on site. The entire time I've been here, we've never given anything in writing unless there was an issue. We do leave the hangers on the doors so that they know we have been there. And then I do believe it says that if there is further things, we let you know that there might be a letter following up on it.
Okay, and I have no problem with that. That was not my point. The point is it possible to know in advance what things the inspectors look at, what generally is looked at when an inspection is done?
Through the mayor, yeah. So in terms of, I guess to understand your question, from a property owner's perspective, you want to understand what the inspector is going to be coming to look for.
Right.
So obviously we're looking for signs of failure. That's pretty evident. But to explain that, we are providing tips and tricks on maintenance. So the building code does have a section around maintenance requirements for a septic system. And within that, a homeowner needs to follow maintenance requirements. And that's things like getting it pumped out, things like making sure your bed's clear of obstruction and so on. We provide so actually in my report, there was a letter that we sent out to property owners prior to the inspection being, so we're not just coming out to properties without notification. We're sending the letters, and within that letter, there's a FAQ, so frequently asked questions around how to maintain a septic system, and within that, we're actually providing the QR code to the maintenance tips and tricks.
Which,
and so
okay,
on.
which
So,
I didn't get at that time. Obviously, it's before all this.
Yeah,
evolved, so that's fine.
Things
Okay,
have changed a bit over the years.
Makes things a little better.
Yeah.
And just to review, and the risk of being really boring, a person came out to our site, looked at my septic line, and walked away. And that was the site of. I asked, "Aren't you going to look at the tank? Aren't you going to look at the bed?" And I got, "Not necessary." Yeah, it was a number of years ago.
Right.
Fortunately, I did have something wrong with my septic line, and that got reported, and I had to repair it, which was fine by me. Unfortunately, I have skidoers that tend to run over it in the wintertime. But that, okay, at least somebody's going out so they know what is involved when somebody arrives, if they're not going to be there, whatever. Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. I see that we've hit 1 o'clock, so I'm going to try to end this fairly quickly, but I do have one question. The mandatory sites, you talk about water intake. What about the water intake that serves Moose Deer Point that's in 12 Mile Bay? Is that on your list at this point, or is the province oblivious to that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, that is not in the township's jurisdiction. The only two mandatory areas within the township that require the township to do those inspections, which is through provincial legislation, is the two intake areas in Port Severn. So the Little Lake intake and then the Rope subdivision. Those are the only two areas that we are mandated to inspect.
Well, I'd humbly suggest that you include the Moose Deer intake and future considerations of where you inspect, because I think, they do have a water intake in 12 Mile Bay.
Mr. Mayor, so that's something we can take into consideration and we'll have to look into because
Yeah,
there's
no, I'm not expecting a complete clear answer right now. It's just, I think you should. I know it was recognized by the district a year or two ago. I'm really quite impressed with what you offered. I especially appreciate the last page or so where you're talking about plans going forward and creating I'll call it an overall system. I mean, I'm looking forward to the day that you have a database that says, okay, here's how many properties are in our, like residences are in our township. Here are how many are on community services. Here are many have other systems, and and I know you're getting that much closer to it now that you've brought up. I'm very impressed that you're chasing developed but no records properties, because I mean, I think that's extremely important. That again, your database will be incomplete until you find out what are on those particular properties, and I'm very glad to see that. And so those are my comments. Thank you very much for all your work. Obviously, we're not yet where we want to be, but we're getting so much closer, and I really appreciate your attention to it. And with that, I have moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by, I don't see Councillor Graziano, so I'll say seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved that Committee of the Whole receive the report regarding the 2024 Septic Reinspection Program year-end report for information. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you very much. And that means now we're going to switch over to closed. Madam Clerk, are we signing out and in, or what is your, please advise me.
Yes, so those attending remotely need to sign out of Zoom and sign into Teams.
Sign out of Zoom or put it on standby because we have to get back to it.
If it would be best if you were not in Zoom in case there was a technical glitch and anything shared while you're on Teams.
Okay, so therefore I have to get out of Zoom and go into Teams, and I'm doing so immediately. And we'll see you all shortly.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 counselors. Counselor Graziano, is he signing back in? There he is.
I'm here.
All right. So Clerk Way, should I just start with the motions?
Yes, please.
So I have be it resolved, moved by Councillor Bocek, second by Councillor Predko, be it resolved that Council of the Township of Georgian Bay rise from closed session at 1:53, getting ahead of myself, 1:53 p.m. All those in favor? And that is carried. And then somewhere here I have motions on. Okay. Moved by Councillor Jarvis, seconded by Councillor Bocek. Be it resolved, the council adopts the February 3rd, 2025 council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? That is carried. Moved by Councillor Cooper, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council adopts February 10, 2025 special council closed minutes as circulated. All those in favor? And that is carried. Thank you. Okay, and now moved by Councillor Bocek, seconded by Councillor Cooper. Be it resolved, the council adopts bylaw 2025-024 to confirm the proceedings of the March 3rd, 2025 council meeting. All those in favor? And that is carried. Which leads us to, moved by Councillor Graziano, seconded by Councillor Predko. Be it resolved, the council does now adjourn at 1:54 p.m. until March 12th, 2025 at 10 a.m. or at the call of the chair. All those in favor? And that is carried. We are adjourned. We'll see you tomorrow morning, 9 o'clock for the Planning Council. And I hope, Councillor Graziano, your daughter is getting better.
Thank you.
You too.
You too, Mayor.
You too.
Thank
Exactly.
you. Today's better than yesterday, so the direction's going in the right, it's going in the right direction. Thank you very much.